afternoon, and welcome back to The Siege, or good morning, good evening, and welcome back. It has been a while. Well, actually, I streamed on Saturday on another channel. Let me switch to live here. Hi, and yes, today's the day where we are checking out Ara History Untold. My review, which is 20 minutes long. Look, look. I really tried to cut it down. I really tried to keep it short. I couldn't get it lower between 15 and 20 minutes. I tried my best. I am so sorry. I know that most people don't have the capacity to listen even for 6 minutes, letting alone 15 to 20 minutes. But hey, I also cut it to piecemeal for you, TikTok. So for all the people who can survive longer than a minute, it's piecemeal on TikTok, I guess. Hello, everyone. Welcome in. Welcome in. We will jump into a game in just a few minutes. Hello there, Chaos. Hello there, Sakura. How are you doing? Thomas Larson, good to see you. Hello, hello. Mr. Jesse Dean, also hello there, welcome in. Yeah, we will go over everything Ara in just a few minutes. Don't you worry about that. If you want to get my impression, my thoughts, I have been playing this game for 50 hours, by the way. I kid you not. Damn it, I cannot post a Steam review yet because the game is not allowing me to. Yes, so since I have been now got the key over a week ago. I've been playing this for over 50 hours. You could say I'm slightly addicted to this game. I said, and this is rather hilarious, I said I didn't have any game breaking bugs in the game. And then yesterday evening, I got hit by a game breaking bug. And that's not a joke. Was really devastating, and I was actually kind of annoyed by that. I had to end the game. I couldn't continue it. Like that game, which was over 400 turns long, gone. What happened? My steel production buildings disappeared. They were just gone. I couldn't build more. The ones I still had were still there, which was not enough, but I couldn't build anymore. They were just gone from all the list, and I did everything. I did repair the game, I did reinstall the game, I tried everything. I did reload an older save file, and they were gone. I don't know what happened, but the building was gone from my building list. I couldn't build it anymore. And it's such an essential building, right? You cannot survive without steel, and I don't know why I'm doing this today. I'm still surviving from my cold I had last week. For everyone who didn't know, I also got hit pretty hard by some cold last week. I had fever and all the bad things. It was horrible, and I had still so much to do. So yeah, I'm still recovering a little bit. I have some coughing going on, and you know how it is. So yeah, but I'm doing much better now, much better. Like yeah, yeah. But yeah, this game has been good. But that was the only game breaking bug. COVID? Nah. Just some stupid cold. Nah. I had my COVID. I was actually one of the lucky people to get COVID when it was fresh. Like, I think I got it in April when it first showed up. And I have never felt more miserable in my life because there was nothing you could do about it besides of power through it. And the 2 weeks I was suffering from it. So no, it was just a simple cold. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. I it was just a simple cold last week. Annoying, but yeah, yeah. But yeah, so we are checking out Ara in just a few minutes. Before we do this, we always have a little bit of a morning ritual here in the channel, if you're new to it, which is called Mole in the Morning and Your Gaming News, which is the segment you are now in, where we are just talking a little bit for a few minutes, going through some quick gaming news, and then we are jumping into gaming. So you have probably another 20 minutes before we are jumping into the whole Ara kebab. um, if you want to grab something to drink, to eat, go to the toilet, you're not interested in a little bit of talky talk, then now is your perfect time. Go right to it. That darn supermarket, yeah, that supermarket will be my grave at some point. Hopefully not. Every time I'm catching a cold, I'm pretty sure it's from that darn supermarket. But yeah, as I said, like Ara History Untold has been fantastic. It has been one of the deepest 4X games I have ever played, and it's and this is the really impressive part. It is complicated. It is deep, but not for the sake of it. You know, when games are trying to change up the formula, when games are trying to be so different than the game they copied a lot of ideas from, and they just do it for the sake of it, but it doesn't really make sense. It doesn't really click with the rest of the gameplay, and you were just trying to figure out how to piece it together, and it never really clicks. Ara doesn't have that problem. It makes it click, right? It like this is the problem I had a little bit with a recent game which came out, which was called Millennia, which is published by Paradox. They had a lot of cool ideas. They had similar ideas like Aura has, but they didn't fully manage to make it click. Aura just did that. Yeah, like again, the analogy I'm doing with PoE is not just clickbait. I truly believe that when, for the first time, you were opening up the technology tree, you were opening up the crafting tree in Ara History Untold, you have this PoE moment where you're just getting hit by information over information, and it's like, whoa, what is this? But it all clicks at some point. It makes sense to be there and it works. And you slowly start to realize that. Like it slowly works in your head, your gears are grinding, and you're like, wait a minute, no, this makes sense. This has to work like this. And then the game rewards you. It's a beautiful thing. And you will see that in just a few minutes. You will see that in just a few minutes, I swear. Also, I have to mention this because I don't want to get into trouble. Thank you very much, Xbox, for gifting me the game for free. I do appreciate that. No, this is not a sponsored stream. I'm not getting any money from this. By the way, Xbox, if you want to sponsor me for Our History Untold, I mean, you have my email address. We can talk. No, this is not sponsored. This is just me doing my thing. That's all. And yes, the game will be available on Xbox Game Pass when it comes out tomorrow. So if you're like, I don't know, 60 bucks, that's quite a bit of money. Is it worth it? There is the Xbox Game Pass version. Just an idea. Makes me, yeah, we will again. I have played this game for a week and I have now 51 hours in the game, and it's all playtime. And I did sit here with a cold and with fever. I had shivers all over my body and fever, and I was like zombie mode, and I was still playing this game because it just dragged me in. It's I will say this: there would definitely be some people who would say this is too much for me. This is too much for me. I can totally see that. This is why I make the comparison between Civilization is Diablo and Ara is Path of Exile. And there are enough people who are looking at Path of Exile and they're like, no thanks. You know what? I'm good. Diablo, that's my kink. I'm cool with it. I don't need PoE in my life. I totally get that. I totally do. I mean, I have a similar problem. I am the problem. um, if I would look at how many hours I put into Diablo and how many hours I put into PoE, I think Diablo would take it. So yeah, I have that problem. Game is bad for getting healthy. Yeah, it definitely drags you into this just one more turn. Okay, just one more turn. I really have to go to bed. I really have to eat something. I mean, in that week I've been playing this game, I have now lost 4 kilograms. Okay, I was also sick, but that doesn't count. Um, so just two quick news I want to put out there, and then we are jumping into the game because I have been doing this now for over a decade. I love to talk about gaming news and what's happening in the gaming industry. I've been working in the gaming industry for over 10 years. I have shipped games. I have been actually overseeing two game developments. And if you're wondering, which are the two games? You probably have never heard of them. The one is called Black Desert Online, and the other one is called Final Fantasy XIV Online Stormblood, which was an expansion I worked on. So again, you've probably never heard of those games. But I worked also on those games. And for me, like, it's really important what's going on in the gaming industry because in the end, it affects us as gamers, right? And they're good things, they're bad things, so I always like to talk about them. Never heard of them? Yeah, me neither. Never heard of them. um, the first thing I want to jump into very quickly is the whole Annapurna shenanigans. So if you haven't heard, last week, Annapurna Interactive and Annapurna, the movie company, they basically tried to split because the movie company was going in a completely different direction and they felt like they would interfere with the gaming publishing arm of Annapurna. And so they tried to split, and that fell completely through. And because of that, all the people working at Annapurna immediately resigned. The whole company just resigned. And of course, the company didn't shut down. The Annapurna movie company immediately jumped in, Annapurna Pictures, and said, okay, we are getting new people, we are doing that. But nonetheless, it created a huge chaos with game developers because game developers were like, who am I talking to? Right? Like, who do I talk to now for my game? But in the end, they're now trying to hire new people, and they are now trying to pick up the pieces and trying to fix things. And they have now basically been splintered in two groups, and they're trying to fix things. But they are still trying to figure out what's next, what is happening, and they try to resume their publishing work as quickly as possible. So that really sucks. I hope they can figure it out because Annapurna has been putting out some real bangers of video games when it comes to publishing deal. And it would suck if that stops. But we will see what happens. Also, a little bit of news, I guess. It seems like Battlefield is slowly turning up the heat. Just last week, we had the first interview with Vince Zampella, the leader of the Battlefield franchise, and he was basically announcing the new Battlefield, which doesn't have a name yet. It's just called Battlefield, and it seems like they are still determined if they would call it just Battlefield or Battlefield 6. We will see. But again, 64-player matches are back. The classic 4-class system will also be back. And they will also start large-scale community-driven testing very soon, because they want to test this game basically a year before it comes out, just to make sure that they can actually listening to the community this time and actually put the ideas of the community into action. Now, if they would do this, if this would work out, we have to see about that, because, you know, EA, Battlefield. I mean, it's a thing. But with that said, the game will take place somewhere between 2027 and 2023. And there will be a campaign mode of the game, so there will be a story. And there will be apparently a massive private military group going up against NATO. So we'll see how that goes. There will be various locations worldwide, including Gibraltar, which was seen in the first concept art they released, and the USA. And yes, stop me if you heard this one before, there will be a Battle Royale mode. And that will also be set in the USA. And the BR mode will be apparently free to play and will release alongside the new Battlefield. So you will not need to pay for the new Battlefield to play the BR mode. Yes, this is very much what Call of Duty is doing, and it seems like Battlefield wants to do that as well. There will be 45 different weapons on launch, or that's at least the plan, which is quite a bit. And there will also be 10 multiplayer maps when the game releases. Destruction will be back. We don't know the full extent yet, but what at least has been confirmed that the destruction will be on a similar level than Rainbow Six Siege, at least. If they will go further, we have to see. So, look, as somebody who has been playing Battlefield since the very first one and has been a big fan, wait and see. I'm at that point in my life and in my mindset. Just wait and see. I would just wait. And if it is what they have promised, and if I will enjoy the game, awesome. Right? Awesome. If I don't, you know, I'm not too surprised. So, we will see. We will see. But yeah, those were the two news I wanted to throw at you. And that's basically all I have. There's not much else going on. At least nothing noteworthy, really. So, with that said, I would say we are playing Ara. Let's do this. By the way, loading times of Ara, they are crazy. Absolutely crazy. I'm already in the game and I just clicked on the button. Like, ugh. Also, next turn timer. The next turn timer? I tell you. Oh yeah, I don't have music on because I was listening to my own music when I was playing. My bad! So, a few things before we jump into the game. I have mentioned this, hair in my mouth. Worst. I mentioned this before. They are all your audio options. It's quite a bit. It's pretty nice, which I always enjoy. when the game is giving me actually options, you know? It's always good to see. The one thing I have to point out, and people will be wondering about this, we are playing at 30 FPS. And if you're like, what? Why? Yes, my GPU can run this game at 60. But I think I have never in my life heard my GPU become a jet engine. And it became a jet engine. I don't know exactly what it does, but it became so annoying that I just said, okay, you know what? It's a turn-based game. You don't really notice it because there are no animations whatsoever, right? I limit it to 30. But this game is eating your graphics card for breakfast. I said that in my review. Like, my 3080 with 12GB of VRAM is working their ass off. And we are not talking about it's not being utilized and the game cannot keep up. I'm talking about my GPU is mostly at 93 to 100% usage in this game. Now, you can of course lower the graphics if you so desire. I refrained from that, and so I just lowered it to 30 FPS. And no, there is no DLSS, no FSR or something in the game. There's no upscaling method. So, yeah. It's a thing. How much RAM do we have? 32GB. It's not... The RAM is not the problem, it's my GPU. The GPU cannot keep up. My CPU is also not really being used. I have a Ryzen 7 5700X 3D. And that thing is hovering at like 30 to 40% usage all the time. Like even in endgame. It's a GPU heavy game, interestingly enough. So if you want to play this game, play it on 30 FPS, lower the graphics settings, and you should be fine. No, it's not crashing. I didn't have a single crash. I didn't have a single memory leak. Now, should you upgrade from 16 to 32GB? I think that's always a good thing because a lot of games are now using up to 16GB. Windows is using a lot of gigabyte. I think it's a good idea anyways. And the good news is RAM is cheap. It's the cheapest part. I actually had to replace my RAM just a few weeks ago because my old RAM broke. So it's the one thing which survive, well, which is the cheapest, I would say. So I would recommend it anyways. But it should work. It should work. So you can play a multiplayer if that is important to you. You can play this online with your friends. It is using the Xbox network, as you can see right here. And you can just play. And it works exactly how you would expect it to be. Everyone is in the same level. Everyone is taking this their same turns at the same time. And you can play together. You can play against each other. How do you like? So it's very much like what you would expect. So let's start a new game.
Haile Selassie, Emperor of Ethiopia and first chairman of the Organization of African Unity.
Yes. So you always get a little bit of a explanation on who you're looking at, right?
Nefertiti, Queen and Pharaoh of Egypt, who promoted Atomism.
Exactly. And also let me put my cam into gaming mode. Because no, that's not what I wanted to do. I'm in the wrong thing. Just a second here. Oop. Haha! And I think the best position for me was here. I think that was the best position in the game. We have to see. Yeah, Kiwi, that was the only bug I had. Like, the only bug ever. And I don't know how it happened. They have been patching before the game came out quite a bit. It's a way to turn off the turn limit at this stage in single player. We will talk about the turn limit in just a second. It's not a problem. But yeah, you have tons of choices here. Who wanted to see... Who was that? There was a person who asked... Let me see very quickly. Hildegard. Hildegard? Who is Hildegard? This one?
Hildegard von Bingen.
Ah.
Abbess, doctor, philosopher, and composer of sacred music.
So, I don't know what it is with those developers, but they put a lot of Germans into this game. They put a lot of Germans of a lot of stages Germany was in this game. So you have two characters for Germany. You have Hildegard von Bingen, Otto von Bismarck, right? That's the second guy for Germany. But then you have also Charlemagne from the Holy Roman Empire,
who laid the foundations for the Holy Roman Empire.
Right? And then you have
Nicholas
Copernicus
brilliant mathematician and astronomer.
For Prussia, aka Poland. They count Prussia as Poland here in this regard, but when Copernicus was around, it was only Prussia. Prussia, Prussia. Yeah, you know what I mean. The other thing. Can you continue playing after you win? No, I don't think so. When the turn timer is over, it's definitely over, so I assume the same thing is true for the win. Yeah. So there are tons of characters, as I said, and every character is coming with a specific perk. This is a unique perk every leader is coming with. And then they have general perks. And those general perks can show up on other leaders. This one is unique. Those perks are not. And yes, there are actually perks which can be debuffs because you have some really strong perks sometimes. Like you can see it right here. Ambitious is a debuff. 50% turn duration of Golden Ages. So Golden Ages do pass faster for George Washington. That's a debuff. Why is it a debuff? Because he has more perks than others, and his unique is pretty strong. Right? So you can see there is some difference here.
Figure of the Korean independence movement. Sejong the Great. Pachikuti, creator and first...
And they are all like different play styles. Well, if there's nothing to do anymore, then when you are done with really everything in the game, what do you still want to do, right? Jeanne d'Arc. And yes, they are skins, as you can see here. What are they doing? Nothing. They just make you look different. So if you want to have George Washington in general clothes here, you can totally do that. Like, not everyone has like a completely different skin. There are just a few characters. I have to look up which were the other ones. There were a few.
Julius Caesar, brilliant general and politician, ensured the
50% build production fields OP. Are they going to nerf some of the buffs down the road? Maybe, but again, you are also getting... this is 25% build production in your capital, right? So it really depends. You get sometimes some debuffs. And this is towards government and military improvements, which they're not that many. They're not that many, interestingly enough. Like, there are not that many government and military improvements, so this sounds insane, but when you have only, like, 2 buildings, it's like, you know, like,
Elizabeth I.
Oh yeah, Elizabeth I. Yes. She has multiple closes. if you desire the more pompous one. Yeah.
Warrior queen and implacable enemy.
Irene
Sarantapicana, empress of the Byzantine Empire who condemned iconoclasm.
Who do we want to play? Who do we want to play?
Leopold I, soldier and first king of Belgium. Harun al-Rashid, storied caliph of the Abbasid Caliphate. Eva Peron, movie star, activist, and politician.
That's a very good question.
Sennacherib, destroyer of Babylon and architect of Nineveh. Howard Florey, medical researcher and inventor of medicinal penicillin.
It's working around that.
Irene Sarantapicana, empress of the Byzantine Empire. Boudica.
I don't want to play an aggressive one.
Empress regent and first and only woman to ever rule China. Ostrich, fearless Badei Crow warrior and
What you want to see?
Nefertiti, queen and pharaoh of Egypt who promoted Atomism.
Ooh, adjacent to rivers. Minus 20% research. Ooh. Technologies. Museums provide city happiness. This is not bad if you want to grow your... Wow, she can grow very quickly.
Elizabeth I, cunning and charismatic queen of England.
Still feels like the default.
Nefertiti,
Yeah.
queen and pharaoh
Yeah.
of Egypt. Kandake Amani-Renas,
That's also her.
queen of Kush who
I
successfully
know this is
led
Kush,
the
not
army
Egypt.
against
Different,
Roman
but
invaders.
she is she's pretty strong. Like her units are really strong.
Cesare Beccaria, Italian activist, lawyer, and reformer of criminal law. Sappho, lyric poet and the 10th muse of ancient Greece.
Wow, she has only 3 perks. And she is focusing on theaters.
Charlemagne, warrior king who laid the foundations for the Holy Roman Empire.
Oh, so he's working with Golden Ages. Interesting. Yeah, he's working with Golden Ages. The minus 20 isn't as bad as it might seem at first. No, it isn't. Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad.
Haile Selassie, Emperor of Ethiopia and first chairman of the Organization of African Unity.
Religion. Religion is really strong. Religion is really strong. I highly recommend religion in this game. It's something which can give you quite an edge, especially early on. But I don't know if I want to go religion. That's a tough call.
Tamar the Great, first woman to rule Georgia, ushering in its golden age.
Housing is also really good. Like, I know for a lot of people, you will look at the perks and you will go, what does it really mean, right?
Ya Asentua, queen mother in the Ashanti Empire, led war against
That's really good. That's really good. Yeah. Especially at the beginning. It's yeah, efficiency is good. I played Copernicus,
Nicholas
and
brilliant mathematician and astronomer.
that is a good one. Like, I actually really enjoyed Copernicus. Yep. Copernicus, like, I researched super fast. My production was also insane. Like, I would go so far to say that Copernicus is actually one of the S-tier leaders at the beginning. He's really good.
Julius Caesar, brilliant general and politician.
That would be great if you could upgrade your units and they not become shit later on in the game.
Catherine the Great, reigning Empress of Russia who conquered vast territories and improved many aspects of Russian life.
This is also pretty good. The one city cap is a really important one. City caps are important. For speed for settlers, you don't catch them. And gathering hordes and their upgrades provide an additional food, timber, and that's okay. Hard to say.
Askia Muhammad I, general and emperor, made the Songhai Empire into one of the largest empires in West African history.
This is tough.
Isabella I, Queen of Castile.
You can upgrade units? No, you can't.
Financed Columbus's exploration of America.
And that is definitely one of the things which irks me a little bit. It's one of the two things, I would say, which irked me in my playthrough. There are two things I didn't like. You cannot upgrade your units, and I do not understand why that isn't the case. And second, the diplomatic interactions you have with the other nations is absolute basic. Absolute basic.
Ram Kamheng, Sukhothai king, created Thai alphabet and established Buddhism as state religion. Simón Bolívar, freedom fighter, helped South American states rebel against Spanish Empire. Shaka, devastatingly successful military leader and first king of the Zulu.
Also, that dude is ripped. Just saying. I'm thinking about Egypt
Nefertiti, queen and
going
pharaoh
like
of Egypt
full
who
out
promoted Atonism.
growing the people. Like, having a lot of people is really good in this game. It's not just for the growth of your cities, but also for taxes. Taxes are an important part in this game. And the more people you have, the more taxes you can spread, and the more religion you can also spread. So having a lot of people is good beyond of just growing your cities. Yes, that is Xefiord. You are absolutely correct. The problems I have with this game, please watch my review if you haven't, are fixable, patchable. So, I mean, I've been playing this game for a week now, and I have over 50 hours in this game. There's a reason why I played as much. But yeah, I think we're going with Egypt. I think we would go with Egypt, and we would try to build some mega cities. How about that? It would be tough to keep the people happy, though. Ooh, we have some costumes. We have some costumes. I like this one, actually. That looks also pretty cool in her. Let's go with this costume. So, there are your difficulties. Why is this on? Well, it's pretty easy, but I think for streaming it's probably a pretty good one. You can generate a new map, or you can choose a preset map if it's your desire. When you generate a map, you have some options here. And thank you for all the people who are just coming from the reviews. I do appreciate that. I think I would get with... Yeah, I would like to have, like, an Earth TSL map. I could see that. I think we're going with 4 continents. Large is pretty large. It's a wrapped map. Let's randomize this. I don't know what the axial tilt does. I will be brutally honest here with you. I don't know what that does when I switch it from Earth to something else. We keep it to Earth. Temperature is mild. You can play around with that if you so desire. Humid. Right. It's probably how many deserts and whatnot you have. Yeah, that. Yeah. Sea level, I would say we're keeping that as well. We have 12 other nations. Let's crank this up a bit. You can customize the nations you're meeting. We are not doing that. Advanced settings. Okay. Two things I mentioned in my review, and they already cranked this up. This was 1,000. Now we're at 1,250 turns. I will be very honest here with you. I have never reached turn limit 1,250. Not even remotely close. Like, I entered the industrial age at around turn 350. That's when I reached industrial time, which is endgame. So you will not reach this. Like, yeah. Do you think this game you can actually finish multiplayer games in? Yes. Because you can put a turn limit on it, or you can activate the culling. Now, of course, all the people in multiplayer have to agree with the culling if you want to activate this. But because of the culling, people are being kicked out. You can deactivate that if you don't like the culling. A lot of longer games? No, believe me, this is long. You compare it to Civilization. This is long. Like, seriously. It's long. Also, they have already increased. Like, I did mention that in my review, so they should just give you a deactivation thing for some people who really don't like the turn limit. But 1,250 turns. We are talking about weeks of gameplay. It's a thing. Yeah. Is there a preset Earth map? Or Islam? Sorry for that. No. Well, actually, no. I had to check the presets. I have not used the presets. I have not used the presets, I cannot admit. No, but you can? Yeah, but there will be mods for that. You can reach that many turns in Civilization 6 in a couple of days. Correct. Because you're comparing it to Civ on how fast the turn is. This game is subjectively slower because on how much micromanagement there is. Like, there's a lot. So we are leaving all of this as preset. You can crank this up if you so desire. Let's do a game. I love the loading times, by the way. First time loading times are a little bit... they have to generate the map. But beyond that, the loading times... Ugh. Yeah, like a turn in this game, especially later on, will take a bit. It would take a bit. So there we go. Oh yeah. Yeah, so this is where the culling is coming in, right? So winning or losing is a thing in this game, which the game is calling you out on. So this is the standing system, right? And when you are going into the next act and you are unforgettable, you are out. You will be culled. You can deactivate that, as I showed before we jumped into this, when you don't want that to apply to players. It will always be applied, though, to the AI. So there's a bit of an urgency, and I know people are like, oh, I hate the prestige system. I don't want the prestige system. Don't you worry about the prestige system. You will barely notice it because it will complement your playstyle and it will complement how you play. It's not in a way, it doesn't make it awkward. It's just there and it works. Do you feel like Snowball is bad in this game, or do players still in the game, not on Colist, have a chance to catch up? Probably on the higher difficulties. On the normal difficulties, hard to say. I at least felt like that the people in the second and third place could definitely keep up. Everyone else, not so much. So this is the map. We have quite a bit of things around here. We have water. We don't know if this is the Red Sea, so this might be not an ocean. This might be a confined water place, which sucks if that is the case. We have some wild llamas here, which is always good. Oh yeah, by the way, if you want to see the resources each area is providing, you can click here on the eye and you can activate the yields. And it will show you what you will get out of an area. This is really important. You should have this on because it helps you to plan your next step and where you want to build the buildings you need. So keep that on. Yes. And that is another thing you are comparing with Civilization. It's this, oh no, I cannot choose my starting position. Well, darn. Believe it or not, in recent years, a lot of 4X games have actually learned to give you a good starting position. Civilization 6 was basically the last game which didn't manage to do that, and it's pretty lousy at that. Other 4X games like Ara have actually learned to circumvent this. I did start on multiple new playthroughs with new maps all the time, and I never got a shitty starting position. That has also to do on how the crafting works. Like, you make a lot of assumptions coming from Civilization, which I totally understand, which is completely natural, but that's not how this game works. And I did the same thing. So, we have a scout, as you can see here. And as you can also see here, we don't really have tiles. We have regions. And every region is comprised out of multiple zones. So if you see the movement range of the scout, which is 1, it means you can move 1 region per turn. So why are there animals here? The animals are basically your barbarians a bit. You can send in units, and you can see how many turns it would take to defeat the grizzly bear, and you can see danger. Danger of 4 is pretty dangerous. A danger of 3 is fine, even for a scout. You don't have to fight them, but it will gain them XP, and XP is always great, right? So, yeah. So, let's have the first building here. You can see right here that this is our Great Hearth, and the Great Hearth is producing a feast. And that feast will take 50 turns to get where it's at, to get one feast. That's not feasible. Get it? Feasible? I show myself out. I'm so sorry for that. So what you want to do is you can see the feast right here, and you can see that you can add ingredients. And you can see when you are hovering over here with the mouse cursor how much a feast take to complete. It would take you 500 production. Right? So if you would add an ingredient, like let's say food, bam, that's 50. And we already cut it down to 9 turns. Putting some wealth here, bam, cut it down to 6 turns. Putting some another wealth here, bam, cut it down to 5 turns. And now every 5 turns, we will get a feast. Now you can also put in supplies, like tools, candles, and all that, and they will all lower the production time of the item you are producing here. You can also put in an expert, which will also increase your yield and the money you make from this. And that's what you are doing with nearly every building. This is where the micromanagement is coming in, and this is why a turn can take quite a bit, because setting this all up and doing it right is such an important thing to do. Now, what is also very important, you can see here the quality of life of the city. You have happiness, health, knowledge, prosperity, and security. And everything does something different. So happiness, the happier the people, this will improve the city production. You can see right here, if I reach 60 points, I get 10% city production. If people are super healthy, I will get a 10% city growth. At 10%. And it will go up, of course. Like, I think the highest is 40% increase, which is quite a bit. So you want to keep the people happy, you want to keep up prosperity, you want to keep all this up most of the time to really boost your income of the stuff you are making here. You can also see the growth here. In 12 turns, we are getting another person. And then we can choose actually another region to take over. So what do we want to build here? Oh yeah, every region has a certain amount of zones where you can put down improvements. I highly recommend to put items here, which makes sense. So in this case, we will put down some farms. We will keep all the farms together. Boom. There goes the first farm. So you don't just want to go hard into one. It depends. It depends. Like, this is a bit of a thing I do sometimes. Security is one of those things. If you're not at war, security doesn't really matter, because security is increasing your force strength. And technically, you don't need security when there isn't any war going on, when there isn't any fighting going on in your region you're in. Right? So there are a few things. Also, it comes down to what you are planning to do with your city. Let's say knowledge. Knowledge is increasing the amount of research your city is producing. If that is not really what you want to do with the city anyways, you know, until you do, of course. And there will be quite a bit of ways how you can increase those numbers with amenities. There will be tons of amenities. You will see. Let's do the next turn. By the way, I love that this never changes. Even in endgame, you were clicking next turn. Adds the next turn. It's just a click. Like, even if you have 16 people who are all doing their turns, you just click on the button next turn, bam, it's the next turn. Oh. Especially as a Civ player or 4X game player in general, just clicking the button and it is the next turn is definitely something. So, research time. Yes. Actually, you know what? Let's put my stupid cam over here. I think that's better. Research time. Like in Civ and other 4X games, you research something and then you are getting certain things out of it. Right? So far, so standard. There are a few things here which are different. If you want to advance to the next era, which you have to do manually, it doesn't just happen in Civ by going down the research tree, right? You have to research, I think 3 more things. Oh, 5 more, sorry. You research 5 more technologies so that you could go into the Bronze Age. If you do that, and you still have research left, you will not get that research. You will lose out on that research. Wait, why would I do that then? So you research everything first before you were going into the next age, right? Not necessarily. Because, and this is the interesting part, sometimes a later research will give you the similar rewards than what you had before. You can see it, by the way, here in the research tree. This is Act 1. So we have 4 ages in Act 1. Then we have Act 2. And then we have Act 3. It's quite a bit. So let me just see. Like, let me give you an example here. Yeah, you can research the wheel, right, in the Bronze Age, which will give you, well, you guessed it, the wheel. Surprise. But in Siege Warfare later on, you could also get the wheel. So you will find some of the research rewards later on in other researches. So you have to think, like, okay, what do I want to do here? Yes, yeah. You will only lose out on research when you move to the next age and you still have some left. Right? But everything else you have researched, you keep. You always keep. You are losing nothing. It's not going anywhere. Well, besides of if it bugs. That's a different topic, though. That's a different topic, though. We have a lot of food here, so we are focusing on food. Let's go with grain storage. I think that's a pretty important one. The same goes for acts. Yeah. Same thing there. Same thing there. Alright, next turn. Oh yeah, also another thing I highly recommend you should have an eye on. There is your local income. Every city has their own local income. And then there is your global income. Why is that important? It is important because certain things which are happening only in the city will only apply when you have a certain local income. Let me give you an example. I'm losing food right now on a global scale. That's okay. Not great, but that's okay. If I would start to actually lose food in my city, the city would immediately stop growing. No matter if I have a positive income on a global scale. It will not shrink because it will actually receive food, similar thing, food from the other cities. It will not shrink, right? But it will not grow as long as I don't get the local food production under control. So you also have to keep out for some of the local stuff. But you're forced to move up the act, but can pick when you move up age. Yes, yes. It is always up to you. Like, just because, like this one, right? When I'm moving up the age, the same goes, by the way, for the act. It's the same thing. It's the same principle. You will have a thing down here which would tell you to move into the next act, right? And there is a minimum you have to reach, and then you can decide to when do you want to push the button. That's completely up to you. You can do that immediately when you have unlocked 5 technologies, or after you have researched literally everything. Or even there's nothing left to research, and you are just like, nah, I don't want to move up the act, which I wouldn't see why, but yeah, it's up to you. Oh, wonderful. We got 1 feast and 1 fur, and also, yikes, we got hurt. Let's heal up. So, we have now 1 feast, and we are producing a feast every 2 turns. So what we can do now is we can go under amenities and add a feast. And every 10 turns, 1 feast will be consumed. And the feast is giving me 25% city growth, city food, and city happiness. Bam. It's active. How do you find military conquest in this game? It doesn't make it hard. Military is really cool. Military is really cool. You will see military here. I can definitely show you one of my end game games. I can definitely do that at some point. But military is really complex in this game. Especially how you build armies. In Civ, you're just building a unit. The unit is built, unit is popping up on your city, you have a unit, right? Not here. You build a unit, the unit is now going into the reserves, you then choose a city, and you can actually put multiple units into one army. And depending on which formation those units have, they will also get a buff. And then they will be mustered for 2 rounds in that city. And then you have created, let's say, 4 units into one army. And they're walking together around as one unit, but they're comprised of 4 units. It's like stacking. Yes, kinda-ish. You can see it right here, right? When I say this is the menu, and this is for land units, but also there's a limit. Right now I can only have 2 formations. I could make it a single unit, or in this case, I could make it a battalion. And there's nothing to it yet, right? You're just putting 3 units together, you have a battalion. But later on, you have like, you need 2 cavalry units for this formation, 2 range units, and 1 front unit to make this formation happen and to get like all the buffs. And the same goes for vessels and for air units. Like, it's getting quite complex, which is fun. Oh, it stopped. Why did it stop that? What? Weird. Ah, our farm is done. So I highly recommend put your buildings of the same category together in one region. In this case, put all the farms together. Put all the crafting buildings together. Why? Because you are giving modifiers. Like this one. 100% of the region food yield is applied towards harvest production. So if I'm putting down another farm down here, it will gain another 100% of the region food yield. And if I build down another farm, it's 200%. You get the idea. So, get your stuff together. That's a huge thing. There's the next farm. So this will go higher and higher. We don't have any supplies yet. We need some plows. Giggity. And the rest we don't have. Oh, we can choose a region. So, we have a second person. Actually, no, it's not a second person. It's my city level. It's not a person, because the population you can see here. I have a population of 524, and I'm getting 47 every turn. Why is that important? It is very important for taxes, and it is very important for religion. And you will see that. So now, we got a new city level, and that means we can now choose in which direction our city wants to grow. That is our choice now. Let me give you a tip. Water is a trap. It's a scam. Don't fall for it. It looks great. It's a trap. Don't go for the water. It's such a scam. Why is it a scam? Because the water is only coming with 2 zones. So only 2 tile improvements. And it costs you a whole city level to get that. And you have only 1 building you can build here at the beginning of the game. And that is fishing nets. And they will give you 4 food. Keep in mind, your farms will go up to hundreds of food. Not the fishing nets. The fishing nets just staying with 4. It's an absolute scam. But there's money. Yeah, but you cannot use that till endgame. So don't waste your time, man. Just don't. You want to go with the regions which have 5 regions in it. 4 regions is still fine. 3 regions, you need some good resources here. Rice is not a worthy enough resource to take this necessarily, in my opinion. Right. So we would take this one because it has rice in it and it has 5 regions. Boop. And the next round, this is mine. How do you get levels? by filling this bar. Every time this bar fills, which means you need a certain amount of city population, you can choose another region. And you can see I can have 2 out of 5 regions. How do I get more regions? Build houses. Build houses. That's pretty much like Civ. Let's not fight. I need some warriors. I need some army here soon. I have to work for that. The problem is, we are making a little bit of wood, which is good. Wood is one of the... I know this is coming from me, the person who has some existential crisis when it comes to wood. But seriously, wood in this game, figure that out as early as possible. You will need a lot of wood. Oh, you mean, no, like water, like, do not underestimate the military units you can build on the water. Like, if you can utilize that, shush. Like, ships are brutal. Ships are brutal in this game. I don't know if England has a special perk or a special building which would make the water useful. The shellfish is good. Like, that is the only reason why I would get the water. Is the shellfish. Because the shellfish can give you gems. Or precious stones. Sorry, not gems. Precious stones. And that's pretty good. And salt. Like, shellfish is actually really good, but that's the only thing. But by the way, yeah, you don't need... I don't know what England does exactly with the water zones. I would have to look that up again. Yeah, I have to admit. Can ships attack land? If they have the range. There are ships which can attack the land. There are some ships which cannot attack. And later on, the battleships, they have a range of 4. So let's say this is where the battleship is. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is where they could hit. From here to there. That's what the battleship can reach. That's a... That's a range. Like, ships have range, man. Seems OP. Wow, you better have a naval army. I mean, get your naval ships there. Get your airplanes there. Again, I'm talking about the battleship. I'm talking about endgame ships. Like, your ships starting out with 1 range, I think. They're starting literally out with attack the coast, and that's it. Oh yeah. They are artillery and all that. They can have that range too. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. Also, how do they balance this? Okay, I have to. I see. I have to build an archer. I cannot build an archer yet. I have to show you how that works when we have an archer. Let's research archers. You are not directly attacking. You are bombarding a region with indirect fire. So you're choosing an area, and then you say indirect fire of this area, and it starts the bombardment on that area. So units can walk out of that area. They can move. So you're not doing immediately damage, like in Civ, right? You are just pointing at something and boom, damage. It's like you are saying indirect damage on this area, and then it starts the bombardment process. Same goes, by the way, with siege units. Yeah, like especially if you have units which can move fast. Whoo, keeping up with ships, or even archers, or something like that, artillery, that's hard. And they are fast units in this game. They are really fast units in this game. Yeah. What else? Yeah. So you don't need water to get ships. Well, you need water to ship them around. But no, when you build a dock here, let's say you decide you build a dock here, then you can build ships. So you don't have to claim those areas. As long as you have an area where you could build a dock on the coast, you can produce ships. But you don't have to claim the areas. No. Ooh, man, we are getting a lot of loot here. So the next thing, ooh, there's the rice. Oh, the rice will give us a lot of food. That would be glorious, chat. Let me also... Do we want to get another scout or do we want to get a settler? We are making a lot of food already, so we could get another settler. And no, the settlers do not reduce the level of your city. Interestingly enough. So if you have the resources, you can technically just shit out a lot of settlers. They're not reducing anything. They just cost a lot. Like, they cost a lot of food. But because we are a nation which is building on food, it's actually not that bad. And your cities can become big. Like, I had a nation which was not focusing on food. And I had 25 plus regions. No, there is no city limit. Well, no, oh, sorry. There is a city limit. Yes. Sorry. There is no range limit for cities. So they can grow theoretically endlessly. But the further you're going away from the city center, it will start to cost more to take over a region. So let me say Wasset is trying to take this region. This might actually already cost me 2 points instead of 1 point. And then it would be 3 points, 4 points. And it would be so much that it just doesn't make sense to grow the city in that direction. But yeah, there is a city limit. You can actually see the limit right here. 1 out of 3. City limit is right there. And we found a tribe. Nice. So, tribes are a little bit like your city-states. Not really. They're not growing. They're just there. They will give you events. Like in Paradox games. Right? Where you have... like you will see this in a second. There will be an event. There's always an event. Yeah. The second farming, you can see this has already increased my farm income. Nice. Really happy with this. Yeah, we are growing fast. That's amazing. So working on the settler. The problem is I don't really know where I want to put my settler. Maybe I should check out this direction. The military gameplay. You can actually win them over. You can actually win them over, and then they will disappear when they are content enough. Yeah, got the archer. Animal husbandry, very important. Let's build 2 archers and a spearman next. Getting a little bit of military here. Let's build a farm here. Wait, we could put down a hunting? That makes no sense. You could put down a hunting camp on the rice. If you want to hunt the rice, I guess. Ooh! Ooh! We got a Paragon! What's a Paragon? Hey, Governor! Remember the governors from Civ? Right? That's what they are. Kinda. They work differently, though. So you can see I can now choose 1 out of 3 Paragons. And depending where I put the Paragon, that perk will be triggered. Build production in all cities is pretty baller. That's pretty good. I think I would go with build production. Yeah, I think they put a few zeros there. Too much. I think that's a small thing. Yeah, but we would go with this guy.
Fact,
So
early fictional engineer invented hitting rocks with other rocks.
nice description. So now you can see we have Dark on our side, but he isn't really assigned yet. So we have to assign him to one of our roles, and we will definitely give him the build production in all cities. We could have him create some master proficiencies, which is really important if you want to increase your prestige. But again, we will go with the production. And you can change that. You can change that. Doesn't have to change. Also, what you might have noticed is this. The Golden Age. So the Golden Age is not like Civ, that you have to reach a threshold and then in the next age you might getting a Golden Age, right? Or, well, something worse. Here the Golden Age appears when you fill up the bar every time. And the happier the people are, the healthier the people are. You can see the boost here. You get points every turn. And again, every time the Golden Age fills up, it triggers. And that's how you gain the Golden Age in this game. Where do I want to build my city? I have learned that you really want to build your cities far away from each other, because your cities become big. They become big. Like, it's kind of crazy. Oh, it's a crocodile. Ugh. Oh, we got a claim. Nice. More rice? The food is kind of meh. That's definitely something I noticed. Like, yes, we are getting rice here, and rice is an amazing food production. But the regional food is ass. I think we will go with the alpaca because I want the wool. And 4 zones is fine. So, yes, take that. I will explain this in the guide video, which is coming out on Wednesday. There will be quite a bit of guide videos here on the channel, so if you're interested in some guides and not to make the same mistakes as I did in my first playthrough, you might want to subscribe to the channel and check out the guides when they're coming out. There might be some helpful stuff. But what I can tell you, let me tell you something. You see those icons, right? We have food, timber, materials, and the good old wealth. Those are the base numbers the game will operate with every time you put an improvement on this. So this region, when we are focusing on the food, the farms will work with a base food of 3. So every time you now put an improvement on this with 25%, 100%, 200% more income, it will work with the base number of 3. So the higher the base number, the more you're getting out of this. And it makes such a huge difference. Which, duh, right? Math. There's a difference if you're working with 1 or with, let's say, 5. Did the map feel big? Yes. Depending on how many people you have on the map, yes. I'm actually surprised we haven't found another player yet. I have 16 people here on the map, which is quite a bit. But the maps feel big. Yes, especially early on. Later on, it gets smaller because you are getting the technologies, right? You are getting horses. Then later on, you have vehicles, airplanes, and all that. And then things feel much, much smaller to get from A to B. But at the beginning, where everyone is walking on foot, yeah. Now, is it as big as Civilization goes when you go like crazy big? No. Which has to do on how you move, right? You are moving from zone to zone. Sorry, from region to region. I have to use the right terminology. Have to get used to that. Right, and if you have somebody who can move 3 regions, he can move from this region to this region in 1 turn, which is super fast, right? But because on how the region movement works, it feels a bit faster, but it isn't. Oh man, I don't know. Chat, I don't know where to put my second city. Probably over here. I don't... Oh, we have an event.
A boy no older than 16 enters your court, springing with excitement. He explains that he and his friends were climbing trees, and while sitting atop a giant oak, he spotted a raised and unnaturally round hill and smoke, as though from a campfire rising in the distance. He requests support to safely investigate.
So now we can make a decision. I think I will go with security, because we don't need security right now. We are not at war, so this is not really important. And we will get 5 jewelry and 5 ceramic pots, which is nice to have. So let's get that. Bam. And we can actually put down some jewelry. And jewelry gives you city prosperity and city happiness. We have 5 of them. We are not producing any right now, as you can see here. So when they're gone, they're gone. But because we are taking 1 jewelry every 10 turns, for 50 turns, we can use this buff. Which is really nice. I take it. That's a nice thing to have. That's a nice thing to have. The settler is done in 2 turns. Oh, there's another event.
People tell stories of the seat of the divine. At the gates, a statue of a god as tall as a mountain looms.
Ah.
Welcoming, awe-inspiring. No nation has built such a structure, but the first to do so would surely stand apart.
So, this is interesting. This is now an act goal. And if I should finish the colors of Rhodos. Rhodos? 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 Look, Englishman. I swear, I speak the language. I swear. No, this is just random. It's not event spam. Nah, this is just random. Just happened. So basically, if I manage to build this world wonder, I will get an additional 150 prestige. Which is quite a bit. We will see if we will get that world wonder or not. No, this is just, it's really just random that we got so many events. You will not be overwhelmed by events. It's not Crusader Kings or any of the Paradox games, right? Where every 2 or 3 minutes you are getting an event thrown at you and you have to make decisions. Don't you worry about that. That is not happening here in this game. Yeah, I think I will build a city over here. It should be fine enough. I made the mistake at my previous games that I built a city too close to my other cities. Like, cities are really limited. I think the highest you can actually reach is, well, without perks and all that. Let's just say, on how the game works, 9 to 10 cities. But that's like optimistic. Again, without nation perks, without special things. There are a few things, of course, you can still do to get that, but yeah. Like, choosing the right cities. Oh, I need that. I need the logging camp. Let's get the logging camp going. Is a thing. The settling near rivers boosts the housing like in Civ. That's a very good question. I don't think so. We will see. But I don't think so. No. I'm pretty sure it isn't. But... oh, another event.
You are greeted by a delightful scent. You find the source.
Here, have some food. I'm producing tons of food. Food is not a problem. Wood, though, on the other hand. Ew. I definitely have to see what's in this area. But yeah, your cities will become quite big. Are there natural disasters that you turn them off completely? There are no natural disasters. Nope. 0. Okay, we have our first unit. I will show you that when we are getting more. Oh, I did fall off a little bit. Doesn't really matter. This doesn't really matter right now. I don't know why they're showing you that. It doesn't matter. Oh, boy. Well, chat. Had to happen eventually. Hi.
You've come into contact with a foreign nation.
Damn it. Songhai Empire. I think I have destroyed you last time. So, we met our first nation. And as I said, this is my biggest gripe I have with the game right now. And it's something they can fix. Right? This is not something game-breaking. This is not a big problem in itself. but it's definitely a gripe of mine. Diplomacy is completely rudimentary. Like, look what I can do with the guy. I can denounce him. I could declare wars. Well, not really a lot. I could just start some skirmishes. But everything else I couldn't do right now. I could manage the borders. And I could send him some gifts. And by the way, they can decline gifts. They can actually say, nah, thanks, man. I don't want your gift. Your gift sucks. So just boosting your standing with a nation by just giving them tons of gifts might not work. You can have a trade agreement, which I have to show you that trade stuff. It's wild. You can have a research agreement where both of you are getting more research per turn, and you can propose an alliance. Those things are limited. They have a turn limit to it. I think an alliance is 10 turns? 20 turns? And then you have to renew it. The same goes for the research agreement. But that's it. That's it. That's the amount of diplomatic interactions you have with other players. Yeah, like, again, like, I think this is a valid criticism, but it is something which is fixable. This is not something they will need an expansion to fix. This is not something they need a new game to fix. This is something which, over time, they can give us more option. And it's the same thing I complained about, that you cannot upgrade your units, your military units. You can upgrade buildings, by the way. you can upgrade buildings to the next upgrade, but you cannot upgrade units to the next higher tier. And that is one of my other complaints I have about the game, but that's also fixable. Right? It's like, yeah, they can fix that. How do you find the AI? Is it much better than Civ? Yes. Come closer. Come closer. I'm not allowed to say this to you. But the AI does know how to use ships. Don't tell anyone. Don't tell that to Civ. Like, Civ is getting an aneurysm when they hear that. Yes, this AI actually knows how to use a naval army. it's quite a few. It's quite a few. It's terrifying. I had multiple times where I was going too close to the coast and the AI just ravaged my armies. It was not a pretty few, let me tell you that. So, yeah. Yeah. No, I would say they have their own goals. I would say the AI has their own goals. They react accordingly to who they are, right? Let's say Genghis Khan. Genghis Khan is not necessarily here to become best buddies with you, right? Let's face it. Not your best friend. Cliche, a bit of a cliche. In my first playthrough, I played as Poland, and I had Germany and Russia underneath me and left from me. Let's just say it did go accordingly. Let's just say the things happened I expected to happen with Russia and Germany as neighbor, as Poland. It's I destroyed both of them. Yeah, that's what you get. But again, I would say the AI knows how to build. When it took over the cities, I never felt like, what is this? Right, like, they definitely have their own goals, and they work for it. And the same goes with units. I will admit, though, I sometimes have the feeling that the AI knows a little bit more than you do when it comes to the map. Like, I might be wrong, but that's the feeling I get. There were definitely some moments where I was like, oh, come on, you cannot tell me that you, per chance, use the other way around my armies every single time. Like, come on, bro. Right? It definitely has those moments. Let's build a... This is far away. Actually, let's go another one. Again, your cities become big. Like, big. This is a good one. Let's settle right here. This is a good rating. So this is also pretty nice that the game is telling you, like, what type of rating this area would have for your city, because you have to work with those resources at the beginning. And this is a pretty nice rating. So let's settle. Whoop. And let's see where the other player is. No, I think he meant Civ 6. I think that person meant Civ 6. Just a spelling error. Don't be mean. Okay, we still wait for the spearman, and then we can actually build an army. Yeah, like, no. Like, this AI has been decent. They're trying to use their cavalry, they are trying to use counter units. Like, when you build a lot of cavalry, they will start to have a lot of spearmen. Like, when at the beginning, I didn't have any cavalry because I didn't really had horses or elephants. And my enemy I was fighting against most of the time didn't have any spearmen whatsoever, because they were useless, right? Well, not useless. They were weaker. They were weaker, not useless. That's a wrong term. Let's go herbalism. Herbalism is pretty great. Yeah, I wonder how close we are to the enemy. My city is idle. I don't think so. What do we need? Oh, wow, we are losing food. That is not good. Oh, it's because of the alligator and the rhino, right? Yeah, I have to clean that out. So, because of the wild animals being on those zones, I cannot utilize those zones. So I don't get the natural resources from it. So I have to clean this out. But first, let's get the farm going nonetheless, because we need some food. Let's go. And yes, we'll build an army. Crafting is idle. Let's give us jewelry. Do we have the resources? Oh, precious metal. Do we? Where do we get precious metal from? We don't. So the good news is, most of the time, if you do not have the resources you need to lower the crafting time of a production, you can just throw money at it. You can just throw wealth at it. That gets expensive though, and I don't have the resources here right now to really craft this, so we have to wait a bit. It will be a slow burn. Oh, we have an event. Oh, the library. Okay. That's whatever. Wow. 100 turns happiness? Yoink? Heck yeah. Happiness is great. So, this is now important. Remember how I talked about military and all that, how that works here in the game? So, I have now built 3 units. Those are the reserves. They are not units which are on the battlefield right now. I can choose where they will spawn. You know what? Because we have to clean this out, let's spawn them over here. And let's build a battalion. So battalion is comprised of 3 units. 2 archers, 1 spearman. Kinda bad, because the archer is now a frontline unit. Which is not good. And tactics, we use the wedge tactics. Let's see. For the wedge tactics, I would need... Yes. And then we can change it up. So what that now does is, because we're using the wedge tactics, every unit is getting a 10% strength of damage. And you can see my special actions here, the maintenance, the capabilities. And they're all getting modifiers because I set them up in a battalion, I'm using the wedge tactics, and now they're getting all buffs and perks. And now, in 2 turns, we have an army here. Can you look at the future tech a little bit for us? Yeah, of course. So, again, this is comprised of multiple acts. This is Act 1. It goes from ancient history to the antiquities. Any upkeeps on the reserves? No. Only when you deploy them. Then you have to pay the upkeep. Yep. And some tooltips for the airplanes. I see. There is your Act 2, which starts with the early Middle Ages, and then going up till the Age of Enlightenment. Right, this is where you start to have a little bit like a lamppost, your rifleman, your elephant gunners. Elephants, by the way, are trucks, like they are tanks. Cannons, you know, Renaissance. And then we have Act 3, which starts with the Machine Age and goes up to the Singularity Age. So Machine Age is where you are getting like Zeppelins, which is an early machine bomber, which is kind of funny. Your fighters, you get an anti-aircraft battery. So this is where you are starting with the Machine Age. You also get your tanks right here. And then in the Atomic Age, you are getting... Where is it? Your assault infantry, your helicopters. Right. What else do we have? Jet fighters. Aircraft carriers. Microwave. Very important. Your Gatling gunners. Destroyer. Flamethrowers. Some flamethrowers. Huh? Make it burn. Then you have the Information Age, where you get stealth bombers. UAVs, commercial drones. Oh, they're not units. They're just something you can build. Just gotta say. Guided missiles, cruisers, special operatives. And then we have the Singularity Age with combat mecha. I mean, who doesn't need a combat mecha? Cyber Soldier. So this is a bit of like Synth Soldier, a bit of future stuff. Dread Lancer as a bomber. Maglev Striker. Yeah. The choppers and planes are physical units you can command. Yes. Yes. You need an airfield though. So they are like at least the planes, they have to go back to an airfield, but you can command them, right? And the choppers, yes. Yes. Mm-hmm. So they are not a bonus. They are physical things, so to speak. Mm-hmm. Yes. Are they unique units? No. I had to think there for a second. Oh, where are you going with that? Oh, where are you going with that? My man. Where are you going with that, Settler? Oh my god, he will build here, right? Oh, that mother trucker. And it is war. Apparently, we have our first war. So, this is definitely something which might be interesting. People will hate this or like it, depending on who you ask. Let me know what you think, chat. But there is no limitation where you can build your cities with a settler. The settler, this one right here, could literally go up into this region and build the city right there. There's no debuff to it. There's no malus. I can just do it. Oh, they're moving away. Oh, well, I did basically that. I did build next to his main city. I might have to do something. Ooh, I built really close to his main city. Yeah, that is ooh. I think this will lead to some problematic relations. Okay, so this is where he will grow. I might build another city down here. I might will do that. Like again, cities become big. And we are also now playing a civilization which can grow quite a bit. So here's our wedge unit. You might remember this, right? I have just built this unit. And you can see the combat strength right here, which is 30, which is quite a bit. And you can see that even though this is one unit... Ah, they're hunting the rhinos. Those monsters. Even though this is one unit, I'm moving around and it counts as one unit. You can see I'm 1 out of 2 of units I can have right now. It's comprised of 3 units. So even if you might think, oh wow, that unit limit seems a little bit low. Not really. Like, a formation can become quite big. Like, you can have literally formations of like 7 or 8 units later on. And again, I will show you some endgame. I will show you some endgame. Just to give you a feeling for it. Do they still allow multiple units stacking from the alpha? Yes. They do. Can the yield icons be switched off? Yes. Yes. Absolutely. You can also hide the borders if you want to have a cleaner view. You know? Yes. Mm-hmm. I like to have the yields though, because it reminds me of the things I'm gaining. But yes, you can totally turn that off. Yeah. Immortal Rhinos tanking all the arrows. Yeah. Oh yeah, this is something I wanted to show. So, some people wondered about range combat. So, I hope I can show that. But when a fight happens and the armies are relatively equal, that fight will go over multiple turns. Right? It's a consistent, ongoing fight. And yes, you can send more units into the fight if you have them. And you can give fire support from the outside. And you can see that right here, indirect fire. I know that my stupid face is in the way right now. I really have to find a better position for my cam. This is unacceptable. I think this should work. I hope this works. Let's see. Let's try this again. So here's the indirect fire. And because my archers have a range of 1, so they can attack all the areas around them, I could just select an area they should start to bombard. And they will start to bombard this area with arrows. That works pretty well if there is a fight going on and they can give fire support. If the unit is moving, they can go out of the bombardment before the arrows hit. So indirect fire from range units has its downsides. And there are less rhinos left. Yep. Anyone know, will this be available only on Steam and Microsoft Store, or there will be other stores like Green Man Gaming, Fanatical? Well, first of all, those are third-party stores, so they're just selling Steam keys and all that. And I would say they will be available there. Like, I wouldn't understand why it isn't on Green Man Gaming. Like, Green Man Gaming is buying keys and sells them to you, and then you use them on Steam. Like, there shouldn't be a problem. No, they could. I mean, we will see. I don't know. The game is also available on Xbox Game Pass. Yeah, I don't know if they like that is something I cannot tell you if they will be able to do it. Like, that's something you probably should ask Freeman Gaming. Oh wow, look at that, man. Rhinos. Ooh, even though I had a pretty strong army, they got me good. They got me good. Yikes. That is not good. How are we doing here? We are building farms. Oh. This is another... I have a problem, chat. So, I want to play this in an optimal manner. Oh, elephants! Hot tip. If you can't get horses, get elephants. If you don't have horses nearby... Oh, they are horses. Jackpot. Get elephants. They are number 2 in being OP. For horses, horses are OP. Like, get horses. You see a horse on your map? That's a region you want. Go. Do those injured armies auto-heal? Is it faster within your borders? They will not auto-heal. You have to tell them to heal. But you can also read, waiting will heal some HP. Healing progress faster while you're in your own territory. So to answer your question, yes. I think they will also auto-heal when they are in your region. I think they will auto-heal when they are in the region, but slower. Yes. Well, there are specific elephant units you can build. But yeah. They will not replace horses. They are just units which are similar to horses. And elephants can be... We need a ceramic shop. This thing is super important. Do not skip the ceramic shop. Fermenting. I think there's later on something we can get for fermenting. Let me see very quickly. But the ceramic shop is like a must-have. Again, the ceramic shop is too good. No, I think we need both. Yeah, I think we need both. Okay. So we are not skipping any of the technologies. Let's do pottery first. Again, the ceramic shop for glass, it's super important. And then later on for concrete, super important. Do not skip the ceramic shop. Oh! Oh! Well, that sucks for him. So, some barbarians just killed their scout? I think they just lost their scout. Not my problem. There's salt there. Take that. Oh, we are done with the project. Oh, that sucks. I'm annoyed, Chad. I think the next time when we are taking a region, we would take this region for production. Because this is my food regions. And they're not great. There are only 3 apples. I would love to have 4 of them. But it seems like I'm in a region where 4 apples are a bit rare. So I really want to use the regions for what they are worth. Let's get the wool. And we need some logging camps. Maybe I put some logging camps down. Let's get the wool here, though. I forget, are there camels? Yes, there are camels. There are camels. But camels, I would say, are the meh units here. They really are. Because you don't have that many units, and you cannot use it for all of the production thingies you need horses for. So camels are like, Get horses. And get elephants. Oh my god. 2 horse resources? What is this? A birthday? What is going on here? We have an event.
Scouts report back on a family of traders they witnessed quibbling over the need for a structured trading post.
Huh.
Their leader tiredly reminded them that their timber supply is low due to a fire.
50 timber.
Insisting that she source the material because their post will reap far-reaching benefits for their tribe.
I have 286. Okay, you know what? You get 50 timber. You get 50 timber. Fine. Fine. Yeah. Not every tag. You will miss out on some tag. Not every tag is showing up later on again. But yeah, whenever you are also going into a next act, you are getting like a lot of the resources you might have missed out. I would say the essentials, like the stuff you really need, like the stuff you can not continue without, will definitely be there. But some of the other things you can miss out on. I need another scout. Like, just running around with one scout is shit. Oh, Stonehenge. We don't have the tools, we don't have the rope. Which is exactly what I meant. I don't have any workshops right now. This is a bad idea, and I don't know if this works. Kids, don't do this at home. I'm a professional. The healing process at the beginning of units is so slow. It's slow. I mean, with the research, it really depends also which nation you are playing. Oof. Let's do it. Like, as I said, I played Copernicus for my first playthrough. I don't know, what was my second playthrough? Huh. I've forgotten. That's bad. Oh, no. I played, oh, what's his name? Damn it, I have to look. It's a trading guy. I played Copernicus in the first playthrough, and he was focusing on research. I was basically finishing my research every 5 turns. 5 to 4 turns. I researched so fast that everything else was super slow, though, and that was a problem. And other nations, when I was in the machine age, which is Act 3, I still had people which were in Act 1. Like, I was in Act 3, and there were still, like, some of the low NPCs, which were still in Act 1. And it's like, okay, I know who's focusing on research. It's not them. But they got culled. They got culled then. But still, kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy. It's nice that we actually have, like, now a small army here. Yeah, I think I would build a second city down here. Are there any resources? Pigs are not great. Ooh, tobacco is not bad. Tobacco can make you a lot of money. Tobacco is actually pretty sweet. Yeah. Like, when it comes to, like, resources... like, special resources... There's nothing crazy here. Vanilla is pretty good. Lots of vanilla. Also salt. Salt is also pretty good. Especially later on you can make aluminium from it. And you need aluminium for every aircraft. Yeah. Yeah, we are playing Egypt. We are playing Nefertiti. With a special costume. Because I wanted to play a nation which is focusing on growth. This time. Okay, let's get fermenting. Get the alcohol. Surprise fact. Alcohol is increasing the happiness, but will decrease the research. I thought that might be important to note. Ooh, Mandrake. Ooh. Mandrake is good for medicine. Oh, I have to see what's there. Oh, we are also reaching slowly our limit. To be careful. But yeah, salt is great. Salt is good. I'm actually happy that we have quite a bit of salt here. Horses are a win. This is also pretty good. Like, this whole area is actually really good with the resources they're offering. So, I'm looking forward to that. Food? Let's get food first. I need some food. Yeah. Food is... Food, they're trying to do these... They're trying to stay close to history. Interestingly enough. Food is becoming much easier later on. Like, especially when you are reaching the industrialization age and you reach our age. Food is becoming far less of a problem. Far less of the problem. Because you can see it right here, right? You're starting with the normal farms, and then of course you can upgrade them. But you are also having a lot of supplies, and the first thing you are getting is a plow. But that's the only thing you get. Then you get a heavy plow. And all those things, fertilizer, power and fuel, tractors, that's all endgame. All those things are endgame. So, yeah, later on, food becomes much easier. When you have all those perks, but that's our age. So they're trying to keep it realistic-ish. Can you change the color tone of the UI? I don't think so, but let me see before I say anything wrong. You can change the scale, if that helps. High contrast text. But no, I think that's it. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry. No. But there will be a mod. They already said that they are... Ooh. Let's get the crocodile. that they're pretty much up to, like, modding is a pretty big part of this game. So we will see how that goes. You were saying Civ 7 a lot, but I think you mean Civ 6. 7 is not out yet. We don't know how 7 works. Yeah, there is actually a screensaver in this game, which is kind of cool. When this screen doesn't move for, like, I think 3 to 5 minutes, it will activate the screensaver mode, and it will randomly jump to things happening in your kingdom, like units moving around or people working on certain buildings, and it swap around consistently. Actually, you might see that in action here in a second, because I will take a super quick bio break, and I will go to the toilet and all that, and then I will be back in just a few minutes, and you can watch the screensaver in action. I'm pretty sure it will happen in the meantime. I will be quick about it. Thank you so much for watching and staying around, but I have to go to the toilet, so please excuse me. Alrighty, I'm back. Ah, here I am. Yeah, thank you so much for waiting. Sorry for that. There we go. But yeah, what you saw here was the screensaver, which is pretty cool. Like as I said, this is kicking in automatically after like 2 or 3 minutes of not doing anything, and then it basically just zooms in and then jumps to like multiple buildings or units or something like that. Um, this it's just slight in the background. You hear it when you have headphones on. Come on, choose a leader. We already have a leader. It's Nefertiti, the Egypt. Yes. Or Ground is 2 hours behind. But yeah, and thank you. I do appreciate that. Oh yeah, there are people running around here. Sorry, I had to sneeze. Ooh. Where were we? Where were we? Actually, like, what were we doing? So they were hunting crocodiles. Okay. I was getting another scout, which is nice. I really wonder how much armies does the dude have? Can we see that? Military strength. Whoa. He is definitely a little bit stronger than I am. It depends really how many scouts he has. That doesn't necessarily mean he has that combined as a serious army. Somebody has 61 strength? Holy moly. Okay. That's some strength. Feel that. No, there's always BGM. It's a BGM which is not trying to get into the way. And I had it a little bit lower. Oh, there's always music. Okay. Let's go up. No, actually, we will send our scout there. Let's go down here. And I think we will build another city. Probably here? I think this is where we will build another city. So the next thing we want after we're getting the scout in 2 turns is another settler. The good thing is we are producing so much food that the 125 food is not really a problem for us. So we are doing pretty well on that. Ooh, that crocodile is hurting our little army. Nice. And now, to the Bronze Age! Which would take 13 turns. Oh boy. Oh boy. We don't even have anything bronzy. Let's look what's here right next to us. Let's have a look what's right next to us. Yeah, you can zoom in. It's right here. It's those dudes with a stick. When you are having actual fights, like when armies are clashing, you can actually watch the fight, and it zooms in a arena. Let's call it that. right? It zooms in into like an area, and then the units are actually starting to fight with each other and all that. So it zooms in even closer when you're watching like fights. There's a button. You don't have to watch it if you don't want to. It doesn't add anything. Basically, the battle has been already been decided at that point when you're watching the video. You don't have to watch it, but you can click on it and say, "Hey, show me the fight." This unit is idle. How about you going back and healing up? Because Crocodile's hurt, man. Ooh, this is a nice area here. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, no. Who's that? Oh, no. Ah.
An unfamiliar nation emerges.
Damn it, girl. Of course, there's another player here. That to the whole idea, I will build a city right here. I mean, I could still build a city right there. Would just be pissed when I do that. So, you know, I could still build a city right there if I wanted to. Get her, folks. I need some friends. Not many, but at least a few friends. Like, come on, man. Yeah. Also, I am not really good in declaring wars. You need reasons to declare wars. Oh no. Will you?
You've come into contact with a foreign nation.
Cool, sexes. Great. Great. Totally not a warmonger. That to the war. Yeah, that war is coming to my doorsteps with this dude. He will he has the aggressive trait, and he is definitely using that. Also, he is cunning, which means he can declare stuff faster. Yeah. Well, shoot. Well, shoot. I need armies, man. I need armies. And I need them quick. This will become a messy game, I can already tell that. Other luxury resources like caviar, diamonds, etc. Also, is there a range of possible wonders satisfying, or is it more limited than Civ, for example? Let me answer that. Excuse me, I'm still fighting a little bit with a cold I had last week. It was horrible with fever, shivers, and... Sorry if I'm sometimes coughing. I'm trying to suppress that. Or mute myself. Sorry. Are there rare resources? Yes and no. No, because the resource system in this game works completely different from what you do in Civilization. Right? Like every resource you can farm can be transformed into goods. So there is a whole production chain going on, and some of the items you can utilize to produce certain goods are interchangeable. Right, you can see it right here. When I'm producing this special food, I'm using money here right now, but I could use rice grain and I could use syrup instead of money. So they are interchangeable. But with that said, There are definitely resources which are much rarer to find, like shellfish. Because shellfish can also produce precious stones, which are pretty rare in comparison when it comes to like resources. Like there are definitely some resources out there which. Ooh, do I want to get rice? Let's get rice going. Let's switch this to rice. I want rice as a resource. Yeah, there are definitely some resources which are a little bit more rare. Like tobacco. Tobacco is definitely a thing you are not finding lying around. Or, which I haven't seen at all, is a gold mine. Like gold mines, oil, gas. Yeah. Depending on where you are, of course. Now, let's talk about the wonders. There are tons of them. There are tons of them. Yeah. Yeah, 2 to 5 wonders per era is a pretty good assessment. That's an era. Well, you're not getting wonders. Well, no, you have a wonder here. You get 2 wonders here, then you get wonders there. Like, yeah, 2 to 5, depending on which era you are in and where it makes sense. And this is like in the first act, you will probably have around 10 to 15 wonders in the first act. And the same is true for every act. Yeah. There's quite a bit. And they're powerful. Now, there is a downside to the power of the world wonders. They are powerful. But they eat up a whole region. Not a zone, like a tile improvement does, right? But they eat up a whole region. So if I would have to want to build a wonder here, all those zones being used up for the wonder. So as powerful as a wonder can be, it takes a zone. And that's worth a lot. Like losing a 5 zone or even a 4 zone to a wonder? Yeah, better is powerful. Because that's a lot. That's a lot. Hey, Draco, how are you doing, man? Good to see you. Yeah, you are welcome, Hovo. Whenever you have any questions, just shoot. I have now... Before we started this stream, I have 51 hours in the game. The full release. I've been playing it the whole week last week. So I'm not super good at the game. I admit that. I still make mistakes sometimes. But I know my way around the game. Let's just say that. It's not my first rodeo. So that's a nice thing. Are there many glitches or bugs? There's one glitch which you will not notice. Like sometimes when you build streets... Oh, speaking of which, can I build roads? No, I cannot manage roads yet. Ah, we need the wheel. Sometimes they try to build bridges in a weird way over water, and they are hovering a little bit, but you don't notice that if you're not zooming in super close. Like if you're not zooming in like that, you would never see the glitch. There was unfortunately one game-breaking bug. I had one game-breaking bug, and that was late end game. One of my buildings disappeared from the building queue, and I couldn't build it anymore. And it was super important because it was my steel building. it was producing all the steel. And they couldn't build that anymore. And that's the end. That was the only thing I had. I even said in my review, of course, that happened to me last night. But I made my review before that, and I said I didn't found a single bug. And that's true. I didn't have any crashes. I didn't have any memory leaks. Like, that particular bug I had, I don't know what happened. And it sucks. So, oh my god. I think I would build a workshop here. Let's get a workshop going. Yeah, this area... This is shit. I only get like 2 food. This is not good. I will get my food production over here. I have to move that. Like 2 apples. Shit. Let's move that over here. Yeah. Is there a max number of regions per city? No. But the further you are moving away from your city center, the more points you have to spend to get a new region. So right now I'm paying 1 point. This will probably be 2 points, 3 points, 4 points. So that is, like, even 2 points is expensive. Very expensive. Will this be fine with an RTX 2060? Yes. Cap it to 30 FPS and maybe medium graphics, and you should be fine. Like, the system requirements for this game are super low, but it can definitely eat... it can eat your resources if it wants to. Yep. Thanks for your answer. I hope game devs saw this and fixed it. I hope so. I really hope so. It was the only bug I had. It was the only bug, and it was a game-breaking bug. And I don't even know how it happened. I tried to reload an earlier game. Like, it was just gone. Ooh, hell yeah, give me some lithic tools. Actually, lithic tools are not that great. The metal tools is what you want. It's a bit weird. The plow is super important because you will stick around with the plow till the high medieval eras on your farms. But when it comes to tools, you replace them, I think, in the Iron Age. Bronze Age? Iron Age. Yeah, I think Iron Age. Or somewhere in the Bronze Age. Let's go happiness -5, yeah. 1 for 5 turns. That's fine. Chat, we have a problem. There will be war. I mean, the RTX 3060. I mean, depending on what you want to do, but I kept my game to 30 FPS. And I have a 3080 with 12 GB of VRAM. Why did I kept it to 30? Because in the end game, my 30 definitely had massive problems of keeping it to 60. But it sounded like a jet engine. Like, it gave its all to maintain 60 FPS. Here's the thing, though. It's a turn-based game. There are no animations here. You're literally looking at a not moving picture. You know, this is one of the only few games I can allow 30 FPS. Like, every other game, I would not allow that. But in a turn-based game, where there is nothing really happening on the screen. And it looks really pretty. I think that's the problem, right? Like, yes, you can zoom out this much. This is the highest you can zoom out. But you can also zoom this much in, and you can see like all the little details, and this is what eats up the GPU. And especially later on, keep in mind, later on, this goes even further with glass being in the buildings become bigger, more people run around. It seems like a city, not one-to-one, but is definitely trying to showcase how many people are around in a city. So the more people you have, the more people are also wandering around in the cities. So that's another thing which is definitely adding to it. Okay, so this unit is idle. Let's go some hunting, man. I have nothing else to do with the army, so... Yeah, we would definitely build a city here. We would piss off Georgia with that, but I don't care. I need another city. It depends what we are finding here, actually. Oh, we have a claim. Ah, so what did I say? This region. I want... But there's the horses. Do I go against my own advice? I shouldn't go against my own advice, should I? But I also need materials. It seems like I don't really have, like, a lot of materials around here. Yeah. Wow, this is the only region which really has materials. I need this area. I need some production. I need some... I also need houses, because now I'm at my growth limit. As you can see here, I've reached 5 out of 5 growing. So what I now need is, next round, we have to build some dwellings. Also, ooh. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Draco. Yes, wood is, in this game, wood is very important. Get your timber going. Thank you. Yes. How does it take to beat the game? And have you won through military conquest or some other way? It depends. Like, it depends on the difficulty and all that, but I would say around 600 turns on a large map is what it will usually take you. Military conquest, but I think most people will finish their game through prestige. Yeah. I think people will finish through the prestige system. Mm-hmm. That's what most people will finish the game through. Now again, like as I said before, prestige is just the culmination of all the things you do. So you don't have to focus on anything you don't want to focus on. The game is not forcing you. But yes, you can focus on the military aspect to take over. But you can also say, I want to focus mostly on religion or science or industry, right? Like, you can accumulate prestige through a lot of things. How do you do that? Oh, it's up to you. Really? Oh, did I say 60? Yeah, no, 30. Yeah. Yeah. Speaking first impression, this is already rivaling Civ 7 easily with some fixes and active modding. This could be the new 4X household game. I said it in my review, by the way, here on the channel. I have a 20-minute review about the game. Sorry, I tried to keep it short. I really tried my best. I am so sorry. But there is a review here. Please check it out if you haven't yet. I can actually post it here very quickly in the channel if you want to check it out yourself. It's this video right there. I think this comparison is fitting. Civilization is the Diablo of the 4X games. This game is the Path of Exile of the 4X games. And I still believe it absolutely fits the description. Like, now that you have seen the game a little bit, you know what? Let me give you a culture shock. Let me give you a culture shock here. Also, I love the loading times. Just switching from one game to another. Look at this. Loading times, man. It's just better. The loading times are just... So this is an end game round a bit. This is... We have to load stuff. Zoop. So this is how basically my empire looks later on in the game. You can see that, by the way, I built shit. I should have not conquered some of the cities I did conquer. That was completely my mistake, and I put myself in the bad position. I was in the middle of the war here. Yeah, just happens. I will raise those because I cannot hold those cities. But the complexity you are working with at a certain point is so much more. Like, those are the resources I'm farming. Those are all the resources, not theoretical resources, but actual resources I'm utilizing. That's 36 resources I'm working with right now. And I'm going through 52 goods. I'm producing 52 goods. Different goods. And you were going through all the things, right? Like, when you were looking here at my crafting guild, I'm producing gears here, which is pretty simple. But we have later on the mechanical parts where you can put in steel, aluminium, and then heavy metal when you need mechanical parts. Like, there's so much of like crafting going into this and upgrades. And like, again, this is thankfully not how you start. The game is not trying to overwhelm you later on. But this is why I say that this game is the Path of Exile of 4X games, while Civilization is the Diablo of 4X games. Both are great games. And some people will love the Diablo game, and some people will love the PoE game. Will they replace one another? No. PoE and Diablo have never replaced each other. It really comes down to what you like to play. And I think the same will actually happen with Ara History Untold and Civ. There will be tons of people who will still say, nah, Civ is my game, Civ is how I like to play it, Civ is the level of depth I want, and that would be okay. Also, by the way, lots of people here. It's not accurate, but also one of my wonders, Oxford University. I'm smart. This is my smart playthrough, you know. This is my smart playthrough. Here's the Cologne Dome. Not built by me. I took that. But yeah, like the depth, and we can also deactivate the borders to make it a little bit more pretty. The depth this game has is insane in comparison. But I can see enough people who just say, nah man, this is too much. And we will get to that point soon. But there's also religion here for everyone who wants to see it. And depending on how many people are following you in your religion, you can see like all the verses here. Those are all buffs I chose over time, which will be associated with my religion. I'm still scrolling. Like, I don't know how many verses those are, but I would say 20 around. Looks weird with 90% of the city. You know, European cities. Yeah, we have green stuff here. Yeah. I mean, keep in mind, I have just reached this era. I have to build like skyscrapers. I have to upgrade to skyscrapers and all that. Like, it will become more dense, but there's already a lot of stuff going on. But yeah, so this is the point I wanted to make, right? Like, when you were seeing what we are working on right now in the playthrough we are playing and how this, like, later on will look like. Berlin is owned by Mexico, by the way. There has been a regime change in Berlin. Mexico came in and brought the enchiladas and tacos, and everyone in Germany was just like, cool, let's do it. But yeah, like, the game is becoming big and it's becoming really in depth. So yeah, it's a monster. Oh yeah, there is. You can build your own religion. You can send out like specific characters which will try to spread your religion. You can start religious wars. Like, when your religion is spreading in a city, you can basically go to another NPC and say, hey, that's my city now. Because those are my people. They're following my religion, so this should be my city. And then probably the AI will tell you to go pluck yourself. And then it's war. But yeah, it's like the production chain in this game is insane. All right, now that I broke your mind a little bit, just a bit, let's go back to the humble beginnings. And let's continue this. Nukes in the game? I don't think so. I don't have nukes. And I don't think so. Now that you asking that question, it's the first time that it crosses my mind. But I don't think There's rocket artillery, if it helps. There's nuclear power. I know that. But yeah, I don't think there are nukes in the game. I'm pretty sure of that. No. No nukes. Ah, I've never thought of that. Yeah. Huh. Yeah, I've never thought about nukes. Let's build one here. Because they're getting a boost when they're inside of the city circle. Let's send our... Oh, I have to activate that again. Give me just a second. Boop. Send our settlers out. Yeah, I can see that. Like, it's a crazy part about this game is that everything makes sense, and they try to be relatively realistic with what they are offering in this game. Like, they're not trying to be realism, but they are trying to be close to what you would expect to how something works. Adjacent to realism. Let's call it that. And I can see that a nuke is definitely something which would be severely impactful. Like, more than it is in Civ. I could see them bringing that in later. Yeah. So many Xenos and heretics, so little nukes. Brother. We can have some other exterminators around the corner. I think there are enough ways of destroying shit in the game. You have so many ways of doing it. Like, there are so many units. The copper was achieved. Good. Well, actually, no. Damn it. I don't... That's too far away, right? That would... Ugh, that's too far away. Great. Copper is amazing. I know this sounds crazy, but copper is actually more rare than iron is. I know, it's like, what? Yeah. Yeah. It's a thing. It's a thing. Hey, can you briefly comment on the game's difficulty or how good is the AI? Because in Civ 6, increasing difficulty doesn't make AI smarter. I cannot tell you if increasing the difficulty on AI will actually do something. I can tell you that the AI is competent and that they act accordingly to what you would expect from a historic character. And I told this earlier as a joke, but I also meant it. But this stays between you and me, right? This doesn't leave the chat. But the AI in this game knows how to use marine units and use ships as armies to attack and to protect their own seaways. I know, that's a hard pill to swallow, but it is a reality. Ooh, our army got beaten here. Ugh, let's heal up. Let's go back and heal up. I need a second army. I can actually already have like 2 more armies, and I'm pretty sure I will need some armies soon. Especially because of This asshole. Persians are here. I don't know where the Persians are. That's my biggest problem. I think the Persians are somewhere here, which should buy me a little bit of time because they have to go through the Songhai Empire first. But that's still not... It's still not great. Yeah. I think we actually have Rome bots. So, kind of weird for that. If there's nuclear power and rockets, there are probably nukes. But either way, I'm sure a mod will come eventually. There are no nukes yet, but there is nuclear power and there are rockets. So they are, like as I said, it feels like they left this out on purpose. Not because they didn't want to have nukes in the game, but they wanted to make sure that the nukes will make sense from a gameplay perspective. If that makes sense. Oh gosh. Let's get... This is Harvest, right? No, this is Impact. Apothecary. We don't really have anything for the Apothecary yet, which sucks. Wait. This is Impact. This is Production. What is the farm? The farm is also Impact? Ah. Okay. So logging camps and farms are going together. I need a workshop. I need workshops. I need to start to have workshops, man. This is... I'm falling behind on that. Tigers. Oh yeah, tigers. You're not touching tigers without armies. It is the IRL, isn't it? Just Civ that has been sealed with iron. Yeah, like, I would also go so far to say that they are definitely trying to be a little bit closer with the resources available to you, what's also available in real life and how it works. Like, again, they are realism adjacent. If they have to make a decision if this makes sense for gameplay purpose or not, they will go with the gameplay purpose. But they try to make sense from what you would expect. And I appreciate that. Ooh, a fox. Foxes are rare. By the way, fur. Fur is such a pain in the ass. Get the fur. Get fur. This would piss off Georgia. This would piss them off so much with what I will do here in a minute. Nice. Welcome to the Bronze Age. Awesome. Oh boy. What do I want? Do I want a religion? Right from the get-go? I think I do. You know what, chat? Sure. Let's go with a religion. Let's get a religion. Oh no, who are you? Oh, Boudica. Great. 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 Hey chat, look, another warmonger. Awesome. Awesome. No, I think she isn't. She is actually not a warmonger. Yeah, I think she's just really good in defending, yeah, retaliation war. Forces inflict 5 war weariness when they defeat an enemy force? Oh. Oh, that's brutal. Oh. So, for everyone who doesn't know, whenever you were starting a war, and you go with it. You see the war weariness, right? You are starting at 0. And this goes up. And every time it goes up, that's not a good thing. Like, people will get really pissed in your cities. Your units will become weaker. Like, you don't want war weariness. Absolutely not. So having a perk which is basically triggering that every time you win. Ooh. Not great. And if you have to be quick with snatching up a religion early or you miss out, that's not a problem here. Which is a good thing. That is not a problem here. I think have nukes would not really work with the prestige system. I think they could, because if you use a nuke, that would cost you prestige. You already have that when you are going to war. Right? Like, you can see it right here. Depending on what I'm doing, this would cost me 5 prestige, which is not really a lot right now. So I could totally see that when you use nukes, they will cost you much, much more prestige. So there are already ways on how you can spend prestige. Oh, let's build a city and let's piss off Georgia. Yay! Let's do it. Bam. Love the channel. Keep up the good work. Hey, thank you for stopping by, and thank you everyone for stopping by. If you're interested in Ara History Untold, please keep in mind we have a review on the channel. So if you want to listen to me for 20 minutes, being a little bit sick, talking about what this game does well and where it fails a little bit, there you go. If you look for some tips and tricks and guides regarding Ara History Untold, also good news. Starting tomorrow, before the game releases, the first guide video will be live. Just some essentials, so you don't do the same mistakes as I do. If you're interested, of course. If you want to make the same mistakes as I do, then don't listen to it. Right? But I hope it will help to evade some of those mistakes. And yeah, if you love strategy games, that's what we're doing on here. Focusing on strategy, turn-based, management, building games, everything which is like in the category of strategy games. You know, it's a little bit broader. But yeah, that's what I love to focus on here. And it's nice to have you. We have videos here every few days. We have shorts, live streams, the whole package. And we have the same for fans of RP games. So if you love RPG games, that also exist. And that is the Mole RP channel, which you can check out there. And basically similar, but focusing on something else. Why do we have 2 channels? Ask YouTube. Ask YouTube. They don't like it when you are not sticking around with the same content. True story. We need more units. I'm afraid. I'm a little bit anxious about the war which will come knocking at my door sooner rather than later. Just don't lose. I mean, here's the good news. We are fine. We are not getting culled yet. Now, oh, Georgia is last? Oh, Georgia is getting culled if she is staying in this area. So, for everyone who doesn't know, at every end of an act, all the players which are unforgettable are being eradicated from the game. And they leave ruins on the map. You can then go visit and get some stuff from it, which is also pretty nice. But yeah, if you're ending up here by the end of Act 1, which we are still in, you are dead. You're donezo. Not something you want to be in. Now, before you're panicking, you can deactivate that for players. The AI is still getting culled. But if you are like, no, I don't like that pressure. That's too much pressure, man. You can deactivate it. You don't have to force yourself. I have it activated. Just cause. You know. Do you also stream on Twitch? No. I am a Twitch partner, though. I do not stream on Twitch. I am a Twitch partner, though. It's always funny to say that. Yeah. It raises an eyebrow every time I mention that. It's like, wait, how can you be a Twitch partner? You mean an affiliate, right? No. You can check out my channel. It has a check mark. It's a partner channel. But no, I'm not streaming on Twitch. I have no interest in streaming on Twitch. Twitch as a platform... I just don't want to be on that platform. For various reasons. What we want to... Oh, food. Yeah, we want to get some food going here. Let's get some food going here. Boom. Bam. This is my food area. And then we will see what we are building here. Probably some production. Oh, I'm running out of money. That's not good. Yeah. Oh yeah, you will. No. Before. Did I say? No. I said before. The first guide will hit before the release. And then we will have a guide every day. Keep in mind, if you were like, why can you not release them all at once? Because YouTube will murder me if I release like multiple videos per day. You're not doing that. Let's build another... I need another farm. Farms are so important at the beginning. Like, food is the bread and butter of making a city grow. And you want to grow at the beginning. Like, you can fix also your mistake by getting rid of the buildings, right? You can demolish your buildings and all that. But at the beginning, you want to grow as much as possible. Growing in this game is really important. What is the maximum amount of players that can play in one map? There are multiple pre-determined maps. You can create your own maps if you so desire. There are tons of options you can choose from. And I think the highest is 20? 24? I would say 20, definitely. We are 16. I think we have 16, right? Yeah, we have 16 right now. But I think 20, you can definitely go 20. But higher than that, I would have to look. Yeah. YouTube is a better place. It's my place for what I'm doing. And what I'm doing, I can say that. Now, here's the thing. I originally started on Mixer. I was streaming on Mixer for 5 years. Was a partner there. Was one of the biggest variety channels. And then Microsoft killed it. Thanks, Microsoft. Also, thank you for gifting me this game for free. I do appreciate that. So, let's talk about crafting here. What do we want to craft? The lithic tools are not as important. As I said, you will replace them in the Iron Age, which is the next age after this. What you will have for quite a while are plows. Plows are sticking around till high medieval age. So let's get plows going. Oh, we can put down some lithic tools. Nice. We don't have a rope, so we cannot buff this here any further. Let's put some materials in here. We need horses. And materials. Okay, we cranked this down to 16. We need horses to get the plow production going. It's a thing. With the culling system, does that mean the AI doesn't have a bunch of bonuses at higher difficulties since players would just lose then? I can't say that. I haven't really played on the higher difficulty, or I cannot draw a comparison. It would definitely be interesting. Let's get some. God, we are losing. Don't you worry. I don't have the things I need. That's bad. We definitely have to take care of production. Like right now, I'm missing out on production items, and we need horses. So we have to free up this area, or we have to capture this area next. Like we will probably capture this area, because we get barley, and we get wild horses. I need horses. Horses are also OP in military, man. Like when you can get the chariot early on in the game, there's not much they can throw at you. Like, chariots are just brutal. They're great. They will murder you all. The developers did say the higher the difficulties will give AI bonus, but normal difficulties don't. Yeah. Are there spies? No. Corporations? No. I've never heard of Mixer. It's fine, because Mixer is dead. Mixer doesn't exist anymore. You don't have to hear about it. It's dead. Has been dead for 4 years. Some people would say, you know, that was the problem with Mixer. Nobody has heard about it. No, it wasn't actually too bad. I know people are always making fun about, like, nobody is on Mixer and all that, but yeah, no, that wasn't the reality. That was just Microsoft being very much Microsoft at that point. But different topic. Can you puppet countries and can you create corporation monopolies? No. The answer to all of that is no. At least not yet. What do we want to build here? More farms? Question mark? Wait, didn't we get a granary? Oh, we need... Oh. Oh. I need grain before I can build the granary. That makes kind of sense, doesn't it? I'm acting so surprised, but that's, like, kind of makes sense. We need some stone pits. The problem is, I don't really have an area where the stone pits make sense. Like, every area I have... Like, we could have this area for stone pits. But that's... shit. I need a stone pit for now. Yeah, we don't really have like a lot of areas which are good at production when I'm looking at the yields. This is all a bit shite. This city is getting some production going. Yeah. So this will probably become my production city. Ooh. Also funny. Also funny to know. how do you make production in this game? In your city production? It is not through buildings. It's through happiness, right? The higher the happiness, the more production you get. And it's through houses. Houses actually add quite a bit to the city production. So the more houses you have, the more people you have, the more city production you get. No, forest is timber. And timber is timber. You need timber for a lot of stuff though, so get the timber going. And then you have materials, which is materials. But production, like the production itself, you produce through happiness and through like building, like houses, people. The more people you have, the more production you will get. I don't see many rivers. I mean, there's a river. There's a river. There's a river. Somebody need glasses. There's rivers. There's a river. There's a river. There's a... The rivers are not that important though. There is this dude here. I played this dude in another playthrough. He has a perk. When he builds trading posts at a river, he makes more money from that. So he needs rivers. He's actually somebody who looks for rivers. But yourself? Rivers are not too important. Oh boy, what do you want? Oh, trade agreement. So let me show you this. Next round, I can show you that. It always takes a round to get active. Let's get some ropes. Yes. Oh heck yeah. Okay, give me some ropes. I need ropes, man. Here, have some stone tools. Yeah, we need a few ropes. I also love that they show you when you produce something. It tells you exactly what it is. And it tells you what you use it for. Used to craft, used to construct, used to train, be crafted at, used to supply. I love that. Like, you can exactly see where an item is going to. I love that. Rivers are food plus? No. Those ain't Sith, mate. No. They're not. No, this has... No, it's just like... There are some nations which work with rivers. But no. We have an event.
Arrives from a foreign ruler. As foretold in our holy books, an eclipse is almost upon us. We must amass prayers to avoid great ruin. Will you come together with us to build halls for prayer and worship ahead of the great shadow's arrival?
Sure. That's fine. Does he already have a religion? I hope he doesn't have a... I don't think so. You shouldn't have a religion at this point. That would suck. Oh, another event.
Excited young man approaches your advisors. He bows deeply before
30 turns, minus 15 wealth.
that the request is an immense honor, and that the young man would be in your nation's service as long as you provide him education, food, and housing.
Oh, 15 wealth. Sorry. I mixed that up with the wealth in the city, which is prosperity, not wealth. Different things. Very important. Because 15 prosperity would have been... Yikes. But 15 wealth, I can do. Next turn. Relationship changed. Hey, we are friendly. So, I can show you the trading. The trading in this game is weird. It's not bad. I don't think so. But it is weird nonetheless. So, here are the things I can trade. Those are the items she is offering me. And I have 4 merchants available. And as far as I've understood it, I can just now choose things. Like, I don't have to give anything in return. I just give that to them. Well, take that, not give that. Take that. So now I use 4 out of 4 merchants. And I just get those items every 7 turns, every 9 turns, every 10 turns. And that's it. Like, it's like, huh? Wait, huh? Can you trade gold? No. Oh, what do you want? Open borders. I mean, as long as you are not murdering me, Xerxes, I'm fine with that. No, you cannot trade wealth, and you're not getting a bonus when starting at a river. Nope. Nope. Man, I have the feeling I'm starting in the middle here somewhere. I mean, this is the only way they can go through, like up here and from the south. But this limits my growth. I'm definitely in the middle of things. There will be war, chat, rather sooner than later. We're still good on food. They probably do the same towards you. Yeah, but I haven't really... You say that. I haven't really seen that yet. And it confuses the hell out of me. Like... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. They can take your goods? Yeah. I guess so. I've never noticed it, which is interesting. Okay, we freed the tobacco. Anything else I can do with my units? I need XP. Oh, we are level 2. Oh, awesome. See, this is also what annoys me so much. That you cannot upgrade your units. Like, getting XP in this game, especially at the beginning, is not that easy. And having a level makes a difference. It really makes a difference. And that you cannot upgrade your units is just... Oh wow, I get 2 materials out of this. Wow. Wow. I'm not a production nation. That's for sure. I'm the food nation. Food, food, and even more. Yeah, we would definitely get the materials from this area. This would be my production nation, which is fine. Like, not every city needs to have everything. It's like Civ, right? Let's build apothecary. Let's build an apothecary. I want to boost my stats a little bit in quality of life, and an apothecary is pretty good at that. So we'll do that. Yeah. Let me see. Yeah, you have definitely a lot of options there. Apparently, they're working on a unit upgrade UI from Discord. Yeah, I've heard that before, Bunk. And I'm hoping that's true, because I don't have a lot of things I can complain about when it comes to this game. And that was one of my only complaints I had in my review. Because it's also kind of weird. You can literally upgrade your buildings. There's a button there. You can upgrade your buildings. So the whole process of upgrading is definitely in the game. It's like, so what stopped you from using this for units? Like, the process is definitely there. I don't, huh. But yeah. And again, there's also like, who was it? Julius Caesar. Julius Caesar has a perk which increases the amount of XP you are gaining and makes it faster for your units to upgrade. So you definitely want to keep your units. Oh, we are losing money. Oh, that's not good. We need taxes. Yeah. How big can a city be? As much room you have. And as much as you can support the needs of your people. But, to be honest, that's the limit. Like, depending on how much room you have, as long as you can come up with the needs the people have, there's no limit. Yeah, sure. Let's do some trading, my friend. Thank you, sexies. He doesn't want to murder me. Oh my god. Happy. Oh, we have another Paragon. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. So we already have a chief advisor. Emotep. So, yeah, we already have a chief advisor, so we already have the 10% build production in all cities through another dude. Paragons spawn randomly or no? Yes. There's a percentage chance that every round you can get a Paragon. And you can manipulate that percentage chance through perks and through buildings. Yeah. But we are talking about a very, very small percentage chance. You think so, Specturo? I don't... I try to understand what would be the balanced reason for it. Like, when you upgrade them, you could just ask the same resources, exactly the same resources, you would ask when you build the unit. So that shouldn't be a problem. I mean, yeah, the levels are pretty strong, so... And I don't know if there's a limit on levels. So, yeah. Which Paragon do I want? Speaking about Paragon spawn chance, there's one right here. Maybe we are getting with those dude and we were just having work on the masterpiece? Maybe getting some knowledge? I mean, a little bit of...
Athenian Greek tragic playwright whose surviving works, including Medea, greatly influenced Western drama.
Sure, let's get a bit of knowledge. Let's get some smarts. I feel like we are a little bit too dumb. I felt like we are a little bit too stupid right now. The trade is duplicating the item. They do not lose what you get. They specified that in the video. That's good to know. Thank you. Yeah, so trading is... If you have actually people you can trade with, trading is actually pretty strong.
A young man from the Garmir clan is looking to open a new business. He's a capable herbalist, but his family's background is in metallurgy. Meanwhile, his hobby is creating reed pipes to sell to traders. He makes a promising case for each venture and requests national funding for one of his enterprises.
Chariots? Chariots are pretty great. Ooh, irrigation? Getting more food. Trading? I need money. I'm bleeding money right now. Let's get me money. I'm bleeding money. I'm bleeding money. I don't like that. Oh, another event. Oh, the Acropolis. That's not really an event, that's a goal. Whatever. Yeah, I need money. What can I say? XP stacking, maybe? Yeah. The XP stacking could be a problem. Because I don't think there's a limit to the level units can actually achieve. So, and they are just getting stronger and stronger every level up. So yeah, I could see that. If you have a unit from the early games till the end game, and they are like level 20 or something, and then just eradicate everything, I could see that. Yeah, but we will see. It seems like they're working on it, so... You know. Oh boy. No, please. Please love me. Do you want to make a trade offer? Oh, we already are on a trading offer. You have metal ingots? My man. My man. I need that. Sometimes the gameplay is more important. I got to play 2 of the betas, and the inability to upgrade units or formations was very annoying. Yeah. Yeah, or send them back into reserves. It's... Yeah. Again, that and diplomacy were my only 2 gripes I had with the game. Which is not a lot. You know? Which is not a lot. By the way, folks, quick note. If you are interested in Ara History Untold, the game is coming out tomorrow at... I don't actually know which time it's coming out exactly. When is the release? To Steam! When is the release exactly? In 22 hours. So tomorrow at 5 p.m. Central European time, which is 11 a.m. East Coast time. Yeah. And 8 a.m. Pacific. Okay. Yep, the game is coming out on Steam, Xbox Store on the PC, and it's also available on Game Pass if you want to check it out yourself. I have a review on my channel. It's 20 minutes long. Sorry, I tried my best to cut it short, but well, I had a lot to say. I'm sorry. Yo, I need this area. Sheep? Do you want sheep? Meh. You want to give up a zone for sheep? Meh? One extra area. But then I could get the tobacco next time. I will regret this. No, actually, this was a pretty good choice because I'm basically closing down this area. And so they cannot really, like, sneak up on me. So having this area under control is also pretty good as a measure of defense. So I'm not minding too much. Yeah, it's 8 a.m. Pacific. Would you say this is more an Anno or a Civ game? It's a Civ game. And I know I'm repeating myself, but new people are coming in. While Civilization is the Diablo of the 4X games, Ara is the Path of Exile of 4X games. Because it's very deep. It can become overwhelming a little bit, but it will do fine. It's just where Millennia tried something similar in the beginning this year and unfortunately couldn't completely nail down the production cycle and the production chain. This game managed to do it. And that's something special. Chariots? Sure. Give me chariots. War has never changed. Wait, that's not how the quote goes. Damn it! I leave my follow-up badge when I'm leaving. Long reviews are good. They're good when they have something important to say. They are not good when you just basically go off on a tangent, which is a problem I had quite a bit in the past. I got better at it over the years, thankfully. But yeah, like, I'm definitely not lacking the ability to fill a room with a voice. And I try to get better at pinpointing what I want to say and what I want to convey. I know. Things. Deliberate choice, probably. You can upgrade the Roman egg today. What the hell? That's fine. It's just... Oh. Yeah, I mean, you are not really, like, I don't know. Like, I get it. That's the realism aspect, right? But, as I said, you could also argue that you don't see a legionnaire, Roman legionnaire, running around necessarily in the medieval ages, but that's exactly what can happen. Like, I kid you not, in my other playthrough I showed a little bit earlier. I was in the Atomic Age, and one of my biggest armies literally is still using footmen, knights, and trebuchets. I mean, that looks just silly. That's just silly. You know? But because they are still pretty strong, I didn't have the heart yet to resolve them. I couldn't do it, man. Oh boy. Hi, Spain.
You've met a new culture.
At least she's far away. Cool. Nice to meet you. Oh! They're fighting against each other. Oh, bash your faces in. Again, not my problem. Well, it will be my problem at some point, because there will probably be quite a bit of gas up here in the north. So, I don't want to miss out on that. Millennia had 0 Diplo, but too many hours into it. I'm not saying that Millennia was bad. I enjoyed it for what it was.
Scholars from a nearby tribe hurriedly seek
Sure, I have a little bit of money. Because I have enough. Yay! Apothecary! Woo! Now we are cooking. Time to make some medicine, which I don't have the resources for. Awesome. Yeah, that's good. I don't even have the ceramic pots. Sometimes, chat, I'm thinking a little bit too much ahead, I think. I need the Mandrake. That's the next thing I will get here. I will get the Mandrake, and when I have the Mandrake, I can get my Apothecary up and running. But I have to wait till then. Let's clean up the animals over here. Can we build streets? I still cannot build streets, right? I'm researching. Oh, we can build the altar. Very important. Yes. Yes. Boom. It's time for religion. Vololo. Oh yeah, yeah. Vololo. I have to get my my Vololo emote up on YouTube. Damn it. Hi.
a new power arises in your world.
Damn. There are a lot of nations here in the north, huh? Shoot. I'm glad that I'm not, like, living up here. I would not be happy. Is naval combat impactful? I feel like it's something civilization is missing. Yes! Naval combat is very important, and naval ships can be the end of you. And the AI knows how to utilize naval ships. They know how to raid, they know how to attack, and they will do it. And they will use it also to support their units on land, if they have the ability to do so. And the range, of course. Yes. Do not underestimate naval combat. That can be a make or break deal. Yes. You need to stop chilling the game a bit less. The comparison to PoE is not accurate, as very few people have played Ara so far. It's my comparison. It doesn't matter what other people think. This is my comparison. That is my comparison I like to make. This is not a broad comparison, and I'm not saying that anyone beyond me will ever use that comparison. Right? Like, it's the same thing with my review. That's how I feel about the game. And other people will have other problems with the game. And some people will not like the game. I'm not trying to make a point, really. Like, I'm not trying to convince people to love this game. That's not my job. I'm not getting paid for that. Like, I have been very critical in a lot of games, but that's how I feel right now about the game. Maybe in half a year, I can tell you exactly, after hundreds and hundreds of hours, where the problems lie. But no, I truly believe from a complexity perspective and how overwhelming this game can be, I think it's an apt comparison from my point of view. But chill? I'm not chilling for this game. I enjoy it. And I can totally see people not enjoying this game. Well, that's fun. So health is going down. That's bad. That slows down how fast they grow. But the problem is, yeah, I don't really have anything. I'm also losing jewelry in just a few. This is a bit problematic. Yep. So, humankind-like game? No. I wouldn't compare. Like, it's a 4X game. It's a 4X game. Right. Humankind had also a lot of ideas. They used the prestige system, right? They had a similar, like a prestige system. But I felt like in Humankind, it was more like the game was forcing you to do certain things so you would actually get the points from the prestige system. Sure. And this game is also putting the prestige system on you, but it's completely up to you on how you gain that prestige. Like, you were getting prestige from everything. Moving a rice bag from right to the left. Hey, here's some prestige. Right. So, yeah. How's the music? It definitely changes with the eras. I think the music is okay. It's okay. It's nothing, like, I haven't heard a single track yet where I was like, whoa, I think Beethoven has just dropped a new one. Whoa. Right? It's okay. I have already muted the music sometimes and listened to my own music while I'm playing. So it's there. But it's not great. It's nothing great. Unfortunately. No. Just didn't see any settler units in the demos. Oh no, there is... No. You can see, like, I have multiple cities, and I do send settlers around. Speaking of which, I'm thinking maybe I should put, like, another city down here. It would be tough to defend them, though. No, you can build settlers. Settlers are something you can totally build. Not a problem. You have a city limit, though. I'm at my city limit. I'm 3 out of 3. I have to get that up. Let's do some hunting. Yeah, that's my point, Ghost. Right. Like that's my point. It's not about like re-game or that Path of Exile is like better or Diablo is better or something like that. It really comes to the complexity. I showed one of my endgame games of this one here, and it becomes complex. It's just an analogy. Again, if people want to use another analogy and don't like that one, though, it's just something I can quickly use to explain that this game can become very complex very fast. That's all. Not a hill I will die on. Let me say that. It's not a hill I will die on. It's like if I have better hills to die on than what I call this game. Yeah. Yeah, conjecture. You are pointing out something really important. And I think you are right. I am with you on that, actually. I'm on that hill with you. The game is coming out tomorrow. And now, as somebody who has played it for a week, I have over 50 hours in the game, which for a 4X game is like baby steps. And again, I believe this is a good game. I played it when I was sick. I had a fever. I was sitting here with shivers. And I wanted to play another round. That's how much I enjoyed the game. And it will not get into my head how this game is coming out tomorrow and doesn't really get any big showcases, any advertisement. Like, it seems like they completely rely on the word of mouth and on strategy YouTube creators or content creators to get people interested in this. And that can work, but it's also like, man, Microsoft. But that is a Microsoft problem. Microsoft always has a PR problem. If it's not Halo or any of their like mega games, Microsoft is always a bit, you know. But I totally agree. Before I started to play this game last week, man, getting infos on the game and seeing other people talk about this game, oof. Oh, here we go. Oh, this is a 4 zone. That's fine. 4 zones are still fine. But I get the Mandrake, and that's important. No, there is of course a leader which is working with less cities if you desire something like that. Something like that works, yeah. Yeah. Peteri. Yeah, I can, like, if you love production chains and you really want to think about production chains, how you start with iron. Iron has become your metal ingot becomes your steel is then becoming an engine, the engine is then becoming a car, right? If you love that type of complexity from, let's say, Anno games, then you will get that in the game. Yeah, for sure. But I showed it earlier, and I can swap over here. I know for a lot of people, this is really important when it comes to making the decision to buy the game. Let me switch over here very quickly. Also, the loading times. Ugh. It's the same thing when you were hitting next round and it's just the next round, right? So I switched to a completely different game here. And you can see it right here, right? This is all like the production. So I'm managing right now in this game 36 resources, different resources, right? And I'm producing 52 goods. And this is what I said, right? You're starting out with iron. I'm getting iron here. The iron is being transformed into metal ingots, right? Then the metal ingots will be transformed here to steel. And then the steel will be used to produce engines. And then the engines will be produced into tractors or cars. Like, the chain you are going down when it comes to production is crazy. Preloading is live? Nice. Awesome. Devs mostly come from Civ 5, and that game was barely marketed by 2K until the expansions. Fair point, Scott. Fair point. Yeah, like the loading in this game, like even when I'm starting up the game, I can like, I mean, I can show that super quickly. It's not really a big deal. Like, I'm leaving the game. Ignore the dude. Ignore the dude. Okay, ignore the dude here very quickly. Like, this is how fast you were in the game, basically. It's like when you were playing Civ. So I'm now in the menu. I can go back to Copernicus. And it's like, man, you know, it's great when games can just load their shit. And I don't have to go through 20 seconds of logos looking at you, Space Marine 2. Not skippable cutscenes. And then have to wait another 2 minutes before they even load into this freaking game. Like... And I love that with games in general. It's just, yeah. 16 gigabyte preload. Yeah, makes sense. I think it's 31 gigabyte installed, around that. How are the frames? Can you move around without much stutter? Keep in mind, I have... Wait, let me load the world in. Whoop. I have confined it to 30 FPS because when I leave it up to 60, in the end game, it can barely keep 60 at all. And my graphics card is becoming a jet engine. And I have a 3080 with 12 gigabyte of VRAM. And it works at like 95% usage. Like, GPU-wise, this game is a hog. Your GPU is definitely the bottleneck for this. But if you cap it to 30, it keeps it up. Well, thank you very much. Can't read your name, but I do appreciate that. Yeah, act golds. Act golds are... Well, I don't have any golds. I have golds in the other one. It's basically the game telling you build some world wonders and get some extra points from it. Yeah, the 36-player multiplayer is something I want to see. Well, I can't do that. This is the one thing I have to admit. And I make this very clear right here. speaking about not chilling for the game. I have not played the multiplayer. It can be complete ass. I hope it isn't, but I have played enough 4X games online with friends to know that the netcode in those type of games can be pretty much ass. So I have absolutely no clue how the multiplayer is keeping up with this game. I can't tell you. I hope it's not bad, but I have seen it in other games and I'm cautious. Really cautious. But yeah, this is like some end game. Yeah, you have like stuff happening. You have like zeppelins and all that flying around. You have some stuff going on, like the streets, like you can see here. Right, they have a cement mixer thingy. I have people walking. You have cars driving around sometimes. You have some tractors. Like, things are changing. And, yeah, it's really nice. Also, I showed this earlier, but there is a screensaver. When you are not moving around for like 2 to 3 minutes, the game is switching to a cinematic camera and is jumping in between your empire and is showing like things which are happening in your empire, which is kind of nice to have. Yeah. Confining it to 30 FPS not a problem in my book. Yeah. Like, when you keep it to 30, and again, normally I'm a 60 FPS guy, right? I'm not allowing anything under 60 normally. But in a turn-based game where this is what you see the most time, right? This is your view. You have the most time. I know. Doesn't ruin my immersion. But I can totally and I said that in my review. If that is a deal breaker for you and you say, nah, everything under 60 is a no-go, don't touch the game yet. Do not touch the game yet. Like, I can see that people have that. I understand that. Yep. The multiplayer is entirely server-side, so these things shouldn't be as much of an issue. I really hope so. Like, oh man. Another game I play a lot with friends is Age of Wonders 4. Age of Wonders, I love you. I really do. But man, that game was a piece of crap when it came to desync. Like, let's face it, that was ass. It was unplayable to a certain degree, so yeah. And for all the people who are subbing to the channel, thank you. I do appreciate that. As I said, there will also be more guides for this game. The first guide will go live tomorrow because I had a review on the channel today, plus a live stream and a short. So I don't want to anger YouTube too much with too many videos. But there will be quite a bit of guides, like beginner guides and tips and tricks for this game, because you can make a lot of mistake at the beginning if you're interested in that. Coming up here this whole week. There will be definitely more, but we are also focusing on all the strategy games on the Mole Under Management channel. I love strategy games. They have been with me for, oh boy, nearly 30 years now. They've definitely been my first love on the PC, and yeah, they have always been a part of me, and this is why I made the channel in the first place, because I really love strategy games, and I'm so glad that we have kind of reached the golden age again for strategy games. I don't know where those people are wandering off, and I don't know what they are doing, but I'm a little bit afraid for their well-being. Should I be concerned? Speaking of which, there is like a fun little glitch I have sometimes with trebuchets. they're just going ramming speed sometimes. I don't know why, but they're going ramming speed on walls instead of shooting their stones. It's like when you see that for the first time, it's like, what? It's hilarious. How many opponents can you have on the smallest map? I don't... Let me see. It's not really a problem. I don't even know if there's a limit on how many people you can have on the smallest map. Yeah, you guy. Whatever, I would just wanna... no, those are all the nations. I don't want to customize that. I want to... So let's go tiny. 8. 8 on the tiniest map. Wow. I will be honest. Knowing the difference between tiny and large... 8? Wow. Fun. 36 is the highest you can go on large. 36 players. Sorry, I just tuned in, guys. Isn't this supposed to release tomorrow or something? Yes, Petros, you were absolutely right. You got that right. This is an early access version I got from the developers. I have also a review on my channel. I've been playing it for the last week. It's coming out tomorrow. Yep. At 11 AM East Coast time, which is 8 AM Pacific time, which is 5 PM Central European time, and 4 PM GMT. All the time zones. Man. Yeah, no, it's coming out tomorrow. And those are all the leaders with their different suits. Right, you can have George Washington here.
Defeated British Army and was elected first president of the United
Man,
States.
what is that outfit? They call me Count Dracula. But yeah, like tons of leaders and all that. Do you true spawn locations on the world map, for example? No. No. Because there is no Earth map yet. Unfortunately. I love that they have different appearances, by the way. Wouldn't it be great if we get all the DLCs for free? And the only thing they're asking money for is like skins.
Cunning and charismatic queen of England.
That would be great. That would be great. I would love to see that. So yeah. Let's go back to our game, by the way. Boop. Back to business. But yeah, somebody asked what Ara Golds are. You can see them right here. It's basically the game telling you build some world wonders, and then you get some extra prestige on top of it. English. It's a language I speak. Sometimes. Not always. Most of the time, though. Yeah. Just back from starting the preload. Awesome. I hope there won't be any problems. I really hope. Like, but I wouldn't really know what problems there could be. Like, the only problem they could have is when they have, like, some game-breaking bug, like I had yesterday, which was really shitty. Beyond that, I don't... Yeah. Let's get the stone pit down here. Let's get another one. We need materials. We have to do something about money, though. Money is definitely a problem I don't like. Agreement? What do you want? Trade agreement? Okay. Let's go, girl. What do you want? Open borders? Okay. I will allow it for now, but you're just utilizing that to send one of your settlers through my territory, don't you? I can already see that. Like, you will probably trick me. Yeah, I have to admit, the Civilization 7 leaders look rough, man. I'm okay with the Civ 6 leaders. I think they're actually like one of the best things Civ 6 has to offer. But Civ 7, the leaders look rough. I hope they would do something in the next 6 months to get that in order. That was definitely one of the only things I immediately noticed, and I didn't like much. I did like what they showed with Civ 7, though. So far. I'm still invested into Civ 7. Let's close this down. Let's take this area. Bada boom. And let's close this area down. So with that, they cannot just go through here. We have this under control. Yes. Is Ara out already? No! This is the review version. And there is a review up my channel if you want to check it out. It's 20 minutes of me just yapping about what I like and what I don't like about the game and what I can improve. And the game will be available tomorrow. And I'm also allowed to stream it right now, which is what I'm doing. So that people can actually come in here, check it out themselves, ask some questions, and hopefully have a good time. So we are working on the biggest thing right now, which is the altar. Which means religion. And then things should get better. I think he said that for the last 20 minutes. Agreement, what do you want? Oh, merchants. Hell yeah. Give me merchants. Let me actually see if I... what do you have to offer? Oh, I have to wait turns. I always forget when you accept something or you offer something, you have to wait like a turn. Do they have some other... Oh my god, she has a metal ingot. I don't need horses anymore. I'm now making enough horses. Give me the metal ingots. I need all the... Why do they have metal ingots already? What is this? Heck yeah. I take that. They're hinting that production chains will be 7 from Age of Exploration, but definitely not in Antiquity. I could see that. I have to see more. Like, there is a reason why Civ has decided to only show us the Age of Antiquity so far. Like, only the reviewers were allowed to play the Age of Antiquity. And they even had a 2-hour live stream last week. And there was also the Age of Antiquity. So they're purposefully hiding something. Code of Laws. Yes. Can we build streets? Oh, we can build streets. So, how do you build streets? Well, it's actually pretty simple. You don't need workers for this. You choose a starting point, like this one, right here. And then you connect it to this. This costs a few materials. It takes 12 turns. And bam. Building a road. Let's build another one. So that I can actually move quickly from A to B. Wow, that was a lot of materials. And now they're building roads. Yay! Awesome. Does the game live up to the liveliness of the devs promised? I don't know what that means. I think you have to explain that a bit more to me. What do you mean with liveliness? I haven't watched a lot of the dev blogs, I will be completely honest. Yes, we take this. Like, I don't know much. So when they told you something, you have to explain that. You have meteorite. Have I? Am I blind? Where do you see the meteorite? I have to admit, sometimes I am missing things. Where do you see meteorite? Huh? Okay. Right. Hello? Can you hide or reach your borders? Yes. You can hide everything besides of those resources, which is a bit unfortunate. Which is kind of weird because there is definitely a resource thing. So it's a bit weird that they are doing it anyways. Maybe it's bugged. Maybe it's bugged right now, but yeah. Yeah, you can deactivate it. Yeah. No aggressive roads? No, you can't have aggressive roads. I could totally, let's say, go into my city here, right? Manage roads. Click on this. And I could connect it to another player. If I see the city, that is. But yeah, this is their city. Well, they need an open border agreement to allow you to actually build roads there. But yeah, no, you can. You can totally. If you want to build more aggressive. Oh, that is shitty. Wow. And I'm glad that the game is not shitty to me. Wow, that's a shitty position, kinda-ish, with the water. The region you are building your altar. Nope. I think you are mixing up the alligator with meteorite. That is an alligator. That is not meteorite. Very different. I think the alligator will not like it if I try to harvest it for metal. Yeah. Close enough, right? Alligator, meteorite. Yeah, you know how it is. Well, you know how it is sometimes. I mean, the grizzly is also the tank. Get elephants, folks. You want early tanks in the game? Get elephants. That's how you get early tanks in the game, and I don't mean that as a joke. Get some elephant chariots, get some elephant ballistas. Make it elephants. Let it rain elephants. It works. Oh, you're more than welcome, Craig. Yeah. They also mentioned about wildlife. What do they do in the early game? The wildlife is more like your barbarians a little bit. So let's say you can see the two wildlives right here. And the passive income I would normally get from those zones, I don't. Because the wildlife is there, and I also cannot upgrade it with improvements. As long as the wildlife is still there. So the wildlife is not roaming, though. It doesn't attack your cities or anything. They're just there and you have to clean it up. Yeah, does the world interact with you as much as you interact with? I wouldn't say the world is really interacting with me. Like, there are some events which are happening and all that, but interacting, I wouldn't say. That's not at least what I understand under interacting. And wow, there's quite a bit of space here. Then again, they're also crammed in like 3 players, I think. Ugh, poor bastards. Become a piece, yes. Roads develop to moving armies around faster, yes. The Friendship Road. By the way, if I miss something, I don't do this on purpose. I'm trying to focus on what I'm doing here. I'm also trying to read the chat when it moves a little bit faster. So, please forgive me. I'm not purposefully ignoring anyone. I would tell you when I ignore you. We need another farm. I need to get the mandrake. I need that for my apothecary. Yeah. Looks like a dino head. I mean, have you seen alligators in real life? I mean, come on, man. I've been around a while. Ah, fair. I thought the grizzly was it. Nah, it's okay, man. That's fine. Ah, look at that little bear. Ah, and it has a cup. Ah, and we will murder them. Ah. Oh my god. I'm a monster. What? Well, let's go get him. Survival of the fittest. My army is the fittest. Oh, it's happening. Wooloo. It's time. Wait, we're not the first? Oh, you got to be kidding me. Wow. We are definitely not the first. Let's go with Shinto. We do get a pagoda, which is nice. Later. Later. We need concrete and candles for it. We don't have that yet. Boom. Yeah. No, we are the first. Are we? Weird. Weird. Does the map like to generate rivers? There are some rivers, but rivers do not matter. They do matter in... Okay. They are not matter for what you think they matter. They are important for combat. Like, actually, where you do fight does matter in combat. So rivers can be a thing. They do not matter for building, for food, or anything. Is there a map tweaker? Not really. You can have like the visualization options, but that's about it. That's about it. Yeah. Sorry. Wait, what? Are there any movies or special animations in the game? No. No, there are no special movies or anything. No. Sorry. So we need a trading post. I need money. At least a little bit. So we will soon, I think, 6 rounds. Wow. We are slowly getting up there. Oh, Beleaguer's high up. All right. So this is very interesting. In the civilization games, when you have money issues, you're building a lot of markets, right? Or you build other buildings which will make you quite a bit of money. In this game, that doesn't work. Because, like, the trading post is your market, so to speak. You can only build one trading post per city. There are a few other buildings which will make you money, but they are highly limited. I think they are like 5 buildings which can make you a little bit of money, and it's more like pocket change than really money. But the good news is, when we are done with the Code of Laws, I might actually show you how to make money. Yeah. Lame. Yeah. Can naval units move up rivers? No. Head. It's even a little bit shittier, I would say. They're very specific, and I have to show you this super quickly so that you actually understand what I mean with shitty. I'm sorry for loading to the other game, but thankfully loading times are. When it comes to naval stuff, there are definitely some kinks they have to work out. So let me show you this super quickly. And it angered me when I found this out. You see this? You see this right here? This is where my naval army is. Right? This is where this ends. This is where this ends. But here's a way up through the other sea. Besides of it isn't. My ships cannot go through here. Because this is a water area. This is a water area. But those 2 beachheads are not considered water areas. And so the boat cannot go through here. There would have to be another tile, which is be counted as a water area, that your ships can go through here. So that means this flotilla cannot leave. It is, you can see it right here. Look at my mouse cursor. This is fine. And now the mouse cursor has like the stop logo underneath it. You cannot go there. And I'm like, ah! Like when I went like that is just that don't do that, man. Don't do that. That is bad. That is what we call like a trap. So thankfully I removed my port and moved it over here. But my ships are all trapped here. Like, the flotilla needs to be. Yeah. It's okay. It was actually here because there was previously there was a civilization here, and it was actually okay for, you know, dealing with that. But yeah, at this point I have to disband it. But yeah. Um yeah, that's interesting. No. Yeah, they have like all the cities with their original names. You skipped a question. Can you explain how war mechanics work? Well, yeah. But yeah, this is definitely one of those moments where I screamed a little bit into the void. I screamed a little bit into the void there when that happened to me. Um, so yeah. Did you think the game gets a bit confusing when you get so many options for building new buildings and stuff later in the game? Yes, if you would start like that. The good thing is the game is not doing, and yes, I will explain the war thing in a second. Um, the game is not starting you out like that. The game is starting you with just a very few options, and then it slowly ramps it up. But this is why I also make the PoE comparison, because I totally admit that there are some spikes in information overload. But this is why you really want to make sure to plan your city accordingly at the beginning and do it right, because you do not want to go back and fix all the mistakes you made at the beginning of the game, because there is always something you have to work towards, you have to focus on. Going back and fixing your mistakes you made 200 turns before that, oh boy. Oh boy. You can do that. But then it becomes stress. Yes. Yes. You built a navy for an inland lake? Yes. So war is pretty simple. You go to a person, right? You say declare war. You need a reason for war, or you can just do skirmishes, which basically doesn't allow you to take over cities. But you need reasons, right? War of retaliation. You can do that when somebody declared war on you earlier. War of annihilation. You can do that when you have certain traits, right? And when you start a war, well, it has a turn limit. And you can actually change the turn limit. You can actually crank it up to like 50 turns later on. So it's not that big of a deal. And then there's war weariness, which you don't really want to accumulate because that's bad. And then you're going to war. And again, armies are pretty in-depth for how this works. Yeah. What do you think about the food balancing? Realistic. As you can see, I make a lot of food, but I'm also a nation which thrives on food. But the food is becoming less an issue the more you are going into our time and age. Like, the moment agriculture is becoming industrial, food is becoming so much easier. Like, food is just plentiful. But if you plan accordingly, I don't think that food is an issue. Food is an issue for the first time when you don't know how to build your buildings together, how to get the right boosts. Just make it work. Oh, look at that! We have our first religious verse. So we can now choose one of the three. 6 extra food. Let's get knowledge. I'm a dummy. So getting some extra knowledge is probably good. We're good on food. Our nation is pretty good on food. I don't need more food. So this is now a permanent buff in the cities. And that's fantastic. We have to grow. How does the AI perform? Adequately. They know how to use politics, they know how to wage war, and the craziest thing of them all, they know how to use naval units to attack your cities, to attack your units, to protect their own units. I know, insane. Ooh, changing governments. Now, this is a bit like Civ, but also very different. Right now, we have only the chiefdom and the theocracy is what we can do now. This would increase my city cap. We can choose a policy, and we have a choice out of 3. Ooh. The problem is we don't have a lot of religious improvement buildings. Shouldn't we also get, in 4 turns, we get the monarchy? Yeah, we'll probably switch to the monarchy, but I want to show it to you anyway, so... let's do that again. Let's do money. So we get a city cap, we get an intrinsic bonus, 2+ religion spread distance in your capital. We can choose a policy, and this is how you make most your money, with the tax rate. So right now we don't have a tax rate in chiefdom, but in theocracy we could have 20, 40 or 60%. That would net me 1 gold. That would net me 3 gold, but I would lose all the buffs. That would net me 4 gold, but I would get like tons of debuffs. So we keep it at low because the gold I'm getting from this is laughable. And if you're like, how does this... Wait, how does the tax being projected? It's how many people you have, how many cities, and how many people are living in those cities. This is why having a lot of food and having a lot of people in your cities is actually really important. Not just for making your city grow, like in the Civ games, but also means more taxes, more money. Who doesn't like money, right? Also production. The more housings you have, right, and the happier the people are in your city, the more production you have. So having a lot of people is so much more worth in this game than it is in Civ. What difficulty you're playing on? Right now, for the purpose of this stream, I'm playing on normal. There are, I think, 4 or 5 more difficulties beyond this. And I cannot tell you how much the AI is cheating on that or not. I really don't. Research, yes. Uh-oh, we are losing materials. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Might have made a huge mistake. Yeah, I'm not super laser focused right now in what I'm doing because of the stream. So, playing on normal right now is okay. It's okay. In the betas, the governments were pretty much just city cap. Yeah, not anymore. There is actually... I will make a video about this. But there is one government in particular which is so OP that if you ever choose it, you never want to get rid of it ever again, and you become addicted to it. It's like a drug. a really, really bad drug. And you should be super careful with that government. Sure. Let's go, Spain. I'm pretty sure I can show you that in a second. Let's heal up here very quickly, because yikes, that did hurt. Gems. So much gems. Probably oil. There will probably oil be here in the desert. Roads. Those are roads and building. They would disappear the moment they're built. It's just a reminder that I build them right now. Show us the right government. I will. Oh, another religious verse. I don't think there's a limit to how many religious verses you can have. It's just, there's a, like, every time you reach a milestone. Ooh, 10% force strength. Wealth. Ooh. Any money? Any money? Give me money. Huh? Yeah, religion is super strong.
You'll receive a message from the tribe.
Sure. Get the money. Yeah, I will show you the addictive government in a second. Okay, there's the... I can't, actually. The addictive government, I can show you that right here. The addictive government should be... No, it's not empire. Let me see. There it is. Feudalist. Feudalist. If you are going feudalist, that's the drug. That's the drug. Why is it the drug? Industry and commerce improvements provide 4+ wealth per turn. Every single industry and commerce building. Do you know how many industry buildings you have on the freaking map? When I got rid of feudalist because I wanted to swap to something else with more cities and all that, I had a surplus of like 100 and something gold. When I got rid of this, I had minus 360,000 gold per turn. From a surplus of 100 and something to minus 360. That's when I did go cold turkey. And yeah, like again, feudalist, insane moneymaker wise. But if you realize how reliant you are on that government, oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah, I need salt. I need salt. Yep. So yeah, if you ever go feudalist, make sure you can also leave feudalist government at some point. It might break your neck. Let's go weaving. No, I haven't yet. Like, my production is kind of ass. I need the horse first. Sorry. I need a horse. Can we get the ballet? I need also the ballet, and then we can do that. Okay. Crafter. Oh, trade goods. Do we have anything we can... Not really. We don't really have a... Well, we have some timber. Timber! And that's it. Ah. Yeah, I'm very much behind when it comes to trade. Crafting is one of my weaknesses. Oh yeah, do I want to move to monarchy? I think I do. I think I do. Sure. Let's go for that. Yes. Or whatever they call that is difficulty level. Yeah, I don't know from the top of my head. But the problem is also we need units. How long would it take to build... Oh, we can build a horseman. Oh, we need wheels for the war chariot. Oh, man. 6 turns. That's okay. Okay, let's fight the alligator. Let's go. Can you trade any goods you need in crafting, or do you have to make them yourself? No, you can trade. If the other player have those resources / items. But you would need a lot of traders because you don't get a lot, right? Like, I'm getting 1 metal ingot right now every 10 turns. That's not great. So there are ways how you can increase your merchants, and there are also certain nations which have extra merchants. Yeah, here's one. Here's, by the way, the one which needs a river. If you want to get the gold salt trade perk. So yeah, you can trade. Well, you can craft toilets.
On the death of her husband, Boudica expected his last will and testament to be honored.
What?
Swiftly to annex his lands instead. Enraged, Boudica looks to you for support to defend her late husband's wishes.
Girl, I don't have 2 swordsmen. And that means I will piss off Boudica. This will totally not bite me in the ass. Oh my god. It's 8:30 already? What the hell? Damn. Damn. We have to wrap this up soon, unfortunately. But I might return tomorrow. Yeah, damn. That's why I'm also like super hungry. How are we doing on prestige here? Oof. Yeah, that's not good. We need some armies soon. Like, if Boudica is deciding to attack, and she's definitely one of the stronger ones right now, this ain't good. Man, why is my stone... Oh, because we need tools. Duh. Like, grabbing stone with your bare hands? That's not too great. Like, I can understand why the people are not happy about that. But we have some plows now. Awesome. Let's, oh, we have one plow. Sorry, I take that back. We have one plow. Excuse me. We have one plow. Can we increase this? Yes. Yes. Produce the plows. Also, I think we can use some ropes here to increase the production even more. Awesome. I love that. Would a road reduce the turn count for Songhai trade? That is a very good question. I don't think so. Because you physically take the road? It's definitely something we can try out. Oh, well, we will find out in 3 turns because the AI decided to do that. Good for them. Yeah, most of the time, I will say this very openly. You don't have to build roads. You really don't have to invest the materials to build the roads, because the AI is mostly doing the road building, as you can see. The AI is very interested to build roads to your cities very quickly. So, yeah. It's, they're very interested in that. So, we could build another city here. But this would be a dangerous one. This would be dangerous because it would be far away. It would be in between, like, Georgia, Sunhai, and Persia. So, if we build a city here, like, we are asking for trouble. Then again, I'm okay with that. I'm very okay with that. Oh, who are you? Wait. Oh, you are those guys. Yeah, okay. So, the game is messing with me, isn't it? This is another continent. Because we said 4 continents. And I think this is just another continent, and they connected it through this. I mean, they have never said that, oh no, this is somebody else. China? It is China. Oh boy. Hey girl. What's up? Well, well, well. Like, on one hand, it's great that we have a stopper here, right? That we basically have a city which is stopping the advance of all the people coming from the north. On the other hand, it's my capital. So I'm like, eh. You win some, you lose some. I need more horses. Even though we have this close. Oh, this already cost 2 points. Look at that. That's what I talked about earlier. The further you were going away from your city, the more points it would take. So this would take 2 turns. That means when I take this, I want to get the copper. That would take 2 points. 2 points is a lot, man. Two points is a lot. I don't know if that's worth it. Like, oof. Especially when I have so many other directions to go. Let's get the horses first. Yeah, 2 points is rough.
Harried messenger enters your port with a plea from a foreign leader. They have been at war for some time.
And he hates me now. Good. I would definitely not build a city here now. Sexus definitely hates me. I don't have the... Yeah. Shoot. Ugh.
Speaker for the tribe meets with your emissary to inform you on their recent struggle.
15 timber, 20 materials. Why can I not get that? Oh, we don't have the materials. Yikes. That's bad. No, not yet. I mean, we are... Keep in mind, we are in the Bronze Age right now. So, when we are getting into the Iron Age, things hopefully change. Like, I don't see iron yet. But folks, as much as I enjoyed this, I have to end here for now. It has been quite a day. We have been streaming for 5 hours? For 5 hours. I still have to prepare some stuff for tomorrow and all that. But with that said, a few things before we are wrapping it up here. First things first, I will be back tomorrow with another stream starting at 2 p.m. Central European time. That's 1 p.m. UK time. And that is 8 a.m. East Coast time. And for all the Pacific timers, I'm sorry, that's in the middle of the night. But we will go for a little bit, and then we will definitely celebrate also the release of the game. So if you want to stop by, want to get some more infos, or want to see the game again before it comes out, you're more than welcome to do so. So make sure to subscribe and also ring the bell icon if you want to be informed when the next stream is going live. A review is available on this channel if you want to check that out. That's far less than the 5 hours we have streamed, so you can check that out. There will also be guides coming up on this channel, like starter guides to help you not making the same mistakes as I did at the beginning. And they will also go live tomorrow. And yeah, again, thank you so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed it. If you did, leave a like. That is always super helpful. And if you're new to the channel, you want to see more of this game, you love strategy games like I do, then you came to the right place, because that's what we are focusing on here on the Mole Under-Management channel. And if you subscribe, you would help me also out a great deal. The game is available tomorrow. Thank you again, Xbox, very much for gifting me a key early, so I can do the review and also do the stream. And for anything else, I hope I see you tomorrow at 8 a.m. ET with more Ara History Untold. Have a wonderful morning, evening, or afternoon, depending on wherever you are around the globe. And thank you so much for watching. I see you tomorrow. Bye. No, wait. That is the wrong one. That is not the one. That is the right one. Ha! Also, one last thing, I would be remiss to tell you, you can also get a membership to this channel. The membership is completely optional. It will put a trebuchet to your name and also would give you access to our channel emotes if you so desire. It also helps me to keeping up the channel. Now, again, if you can support or you don't want to support, that is completely fine. Don't feel bad about it. I'm just happy that you were here. But yeah, you can find the membership by clicking on the icon in the chat, and there is that, if you so desire, of course. If not, that's completely fine. With that said, thank you so much for watching. Stay safe. See ya.